evening or good afternoon, good early evening. Welcome to the Norwalk City Council. We are actually, before we get into our regularly scheduled meeting tonight, we do have a Norwalk Housing Authority meeting, so I'd like to call that to order. And Teresa, can we get a roll call, please? Sorry, just a second. I sent it to her. I know. All right, sorry. Council members, Commissioners Perez. Here. Ramirez.
Here.
Valencia. Here. Hernandez.
Here.
Vice Chair Ayala.
Here.
And Chair Rios. Here. Consent calendar, we have items 1 through 2. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please. Commissioners Perez.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Valencia. Aye. Hernandez.
I abstain. Item number 68530.
Vice Chair Ayala.
Aye.
Chair Rios. Aye. Do we have a Community Development Director's report?
No reports.
Okay, how about any oral communication, City Clerk? Okay, with that, we are going to adjourn our Norwalk Housing Authority meeting, and give me just a minute. All right. Welcome, everyone. Once again, we will now begin our formal, regularly scheduled City Council meeting. And thank you all for being here. Tonight, we are receiving the invocation from Randy Bradley from Apostolic Lighthouse. Randy, can you please come to the podium and allow me just an introduction here? Is she bringing the information, Teresa? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Okay. Welcome, Pastor. Pastor Randy Bradley has been serving the community of Norwalk for over 30 years and serves as a senior pastor. He is from Cerritos, but his heart is close to Norwalk. His passion derives from his desire to reach out to the community. His joy is seeing the transformation of individuals' lives, including miracles resulting from hardships. Witnessing the love, grace, and forgiveness from others adds inspiration to what he does. In his spare time, his hobbies include gardening, working in the yard, and reading books. Thank you for coming today and joining us, Pastor. We appreciate your commitment to our community and ask that whenever you're ready that you please lead us in prayer and blessings for our great city.
Let's all pray. Heavenly Father, no matter what we face as individuals, as families, and as city leaders, there is great comfort in knowing that you not only provide us with divine direction, but also with divine protection. You are our refuge and strength and a very present help in times of trouble. When situations come our way that bring uncertainty and fear, we look to you for assurance, peace, and strength. Our trust remains squarely in you because those who live in the shelter of the Most High God will find rest in the shadow of the Almighty. Thank you for never leaving us or forsaking us. Thank you for being our guardian and defender. Thank you for blessing our city leaders with wisdom and an understanding of the times so they will be able to make the best decisions possible for the city of Norwalk. We pray all these things in the wonderful and powerful name of Jesus. Amen.
everyone in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Okay. Next, we have our honored guest for our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Marissa Sanchez to come up to the podium and give me just a minute or two to introduce her. Let's give her a round of applause to get her excited about being here with us this evening. Okay, Marissa attends St. John of God Catholic School and is in the 7th grade. She is 10 years old and a Norwalk resident. Marissa is a Girl Scout, but she also finds time to be a cheerleader and is in choir and drama. In her spare time, Marissa enjoys kayaking and paddleboarding, both very fun activities. When she grows up, Marissa wants to become a doctor. She follows her mother's lead of being a nurse and wants to be the boss. I like that. Good thinking already, young lady. She is an honor roll student and excels both academically and in other extracurricular activities. Marissa, I want to thank you for joining us this evening. We're honored by your presence and very fortunate, lucky young lady to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, so whenever you're ready.
Please stand and place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, come forward, young lady. Okay, Marissa, today I want to offer you a recognition thanking you for joining us on behalf of the City of Norwalk and all of the City Council and the entire residents in the city. We'd like to thank you for reciting the Pledge of Allegiance during our July 16th, 2024 City Council meeting. Your leadership and courage makes our community a better place, and best wishes for your future endeavors, including that goal of being a doctor one day. Okay? Okay, thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Marissa, for starting off this meeting right. And we will continue with our roll call. City Clerk, please.
Councilmembers Perez,
Here.
Ramirez,
Here.
Valencia,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ayala,
Here.
and Mayor Rios.
Here. Closed session report. Is there a city attorney report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The record should reflect that the City Council recessed into closed session with all 5 members being present, and the following is my report. As to item 1, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property assessor parcel number as it appears on the agenda. On this matter, the City Council received a briefing from the city's negotiating parties. The City Council provided direction but took no action required to be reported at this time. As to item 2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property located at 11642 Firestone Boulevard, negotiating parties, city manager on behalf of the city. On this matter, the City Council received a briefing from the city's negotiating parties. The City Council provided direction but took no action required to be reported at this time. As to final item number 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, negotiating on behalf of the city, Jesus Gomez, city manager, regarding negotiations with the Norwalk City Employees Association. On this matter, the City Council received a briefing from the city's negotiator. The City Council provided direction but took no action required to be reported at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the City Council, that concludes my report from closed session. It is appropriate to continue with open session.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We're going to continue on with our City Council comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's been about a month since we joined together in this chambers for our council meeting, so I hope you've all enjoyed our summer activities. I'm not going to name them all because there's a lot, but just want to thank our entire team for all that you do for really keeping the city of Norwalk moving, shaking, cool, playing, swimming, whatever it may be in the summer here in the city of Norwalk. Since we have not been together, our newsletters are out. In your mail, you have another one man's trash is another person's trash. I forget the name of it because I was looking at this one here. Let me tell you. So please take a look at this. It does come in your mail. There's a lot of great information there in regards to recycling, organics, etc. So please pay attention to that. That already passed. We have our Norwalk Senior Center on the go bulletin board, a newsletter. All of the activities for our senior center are in here. Fun games, etc. Please be informed. Get the information. I know that our social services department had their bulletin and their newsletter go out, as well as our child services, etc. So please find those, get the information that you need for those specific departments. Our Norwalk Now did come out. Huge issue, lots of celebrations, all of our summer activities. That is all in your mailbox. And I want to thank the team once again for producing this next newsletter that went out to our city residents and our businesses, and that's Norwalk's Future. So this went out into your homes. This is the second edition that we have done, and it really does an amazing job highlighting all of the economic development that we are doing here in the city of Norwalk. We invested in an economic development plan. We attend conferences. We have additional meetings. We have a lot going on, which is vital for this city when it comes to economic development. And you can get updated on everything that is going on in this newsletter that was delivered to all of your homes. Karen, I'm so excited to see you here. I'm glad you're okay and breathing. Want to just wish everybody a great summer. Continue to stay cool, reach out to the city, and I'm sure there is something for you in one of our prospective departments for a fun activity. That's all I have tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I'd like to first and foremost welcome everyone here tonight to our meeting. I also want to acknowledge our colleagues from the school board, Norwalk La Mirada. We have our president, Mr. Rios, and school board member Norma Amesqua here as well. So also like to acknowledge our City of Norwalk commissioners. I see there's a few of them present today. Wave your hand in the air. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Also want to recognize our representative from one of our vendors. There you go, from Athens Services, as well as our Chamber of Commerce personnel, Chamber, and our fellow Lions member, Jason. Thank you so much for coming. The only thing I'd like to request this evening, Madam Mayor, is have staff come back with an action plan and a study. I know we've had another incident on the Studebaker and the exit of the 105 just recently. I think it's I don't know what it's no fault to the city. We're doing everything we can on our end, but it seems to be comical that this thing is happening every other week or so. This time, I think this recent one was pretty bad. I saw it on the way home about 4 a.m. Just this weekend, and it did breach the guardrail and into the building. So I don't know how consciously we could keep that business. I know there's a lot of technical difficulty with zoning and the law and what have you, but I don't know if anything is put in that lot, what the future of that building could be. I don't know. But if we can come back with some, I know Caltrans has implemented the rumble bumps, and we put the flashing lights, and I don't know what more we can do. I know we had some options of perhaps even closing that exit, but I just don't want any lives, to be lost, because it's ongoing. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Valencia.
Thank you. Well, since I didn't really speak much last time, I'm going to give I'm going to talk about a couple of things that we were involved with, and many of us were part of it. Saturday, June 22nd, was the ALAD's 22nd Awards Night, and our very own Sheriff Captain Conti was given an award and made us very proud. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jennifer, correct me, there was a former public safety officer who was also awarded for being brave and for being quick-witted and to really, those string of 7-Eleven holdups. He was able to single-handedly, for a while there, contain and not necessarily apprehend, but contain the situation so that then those perpetrators could be apprehended. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he used to be in the public safety here in Norwalk, so we are very proud of him. Then on Monday, June 24th, I attended the Council of Governments meeting, and it was a very good meeting, very fruitful, lots of really good information that I believe our city manager also gets, and then our mayor. But I was very proud to have attended and represented our city. Wednesday, June 26th, was the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce 101st installation, and that was a wonderful event, ending the 100 years, culminating it, and then beginning our new installation officers of the Norwalk Chamber. And congratulations to Jason Perez for being president now, right? And of course, yes, give him a hand. And of course, we've got a lot of people here who are on the executive board who do great work. So thank you. And our executive director, thank you, Karen Spilsbury. Always wonderful events, and always look forward to being involved. And I believe, Ms. Iso, you are also part of the board, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, yeah. So thank you for your service and your great work on making Norwalk a greater place. Yeah. Also, I supported Norwalk Little League's fundraiser for, they were selling Angels baseball tickets. They got some donations and were able to make a little bit of money on it. And I gladly participated, and the Angels kicked butt. I gotta say, I'm a Dodger fan, but seeing those Angels make those 3 home runs was quite amazing. It was great. So anytime they have them, I told them, let me know. I actually helped them sell about 55 tickets myself. Yeah, it's just a matter of texting people, hey, there's, this, it's $5, this and that. We got about 55 people to go. It was great. Friday, June 28th, Maximizing water resources. There was a session, an informational session. I've always wanted to learn more about water. Water is, of course, our number one resource. And there's so much involved in cleaning it, getting it to our faucets, getting it into our bottles, having the wells, and fascinating by it. I'm fascinated by it. And Jennifer, I think you've been through a lot of training for this type of thing. Amazing. So I did get to go. And then, lo and behold, our very own city manager is getting awarded for having attended 3 or 4, the 3 main sessions. So he received a certificate of completion, which I'm sure is proudly hanging in his office or will be soon. But congratulations, Jesus Gomez, for being proactive. And I got to say, I did not see any other city managers over there getting this information and getting the certificate. Lots of other staff and directors and council people, but I only saw Jesus getting that. And so it shows how grounded he is in our groundwater. Get it? Had to put it in there. All right, Friday, that same Friday, June 28th, I was hopping around all over the place. I made it to the Norwalk Senior Center in conjunction with LA County, the iPad giveaway and information and training. Daniel, where are you? Thank you so much. Gabriela, thank you so much for making that happen and really partnering with LA County to do that. There was a big line. There were lines because there were several lines. People who had registered, people who had not registered, and then once they received it, they got some training. It was very well organized. I think we did need a little bit more help, but hey, we did what we could with what we had, and I just got in there and I started helping because some of the registration before they got handed their iPads, they needed to fill out a questionnaire and questions, so it was all in English, and some of our seniors only spoke Spanish, so we were able to help. And it was my pleasure to be there to see those amazing expressions on our seniors getting technology in their hands. Some of them still have flip phones. So it was really great to see them have that. And then I went over to the training session and they were doing a really good job. I think that maybe we can follow up with some trainings because even I'm not a major tech person. I'm learning a lot over time, but I think that's needed for some of our folks. So I'd be happy to go and support as well, and then try to get other people to come to do that because I think it's a very needed service. But and then I got to tell you, at the Norwalk Senior Center at 3 p.m., Daniel, we have. It's kind of like, I don't know if you watch Channel 5 on the weekends in the mornings, that 8:38 stretch, right? Where everybody just kind of stops, gets up and stretches. Well, at Norwalk Senior Center, we have the 3 o'clock get up and move, right? And so they play music and people just get up and move and groove, and they play 2 songs. And the seniors, it came to 3 o'clock and the staff with LA County were like, wait, what's going on? And so I announced, it's 3 o'clock, people. It's time to get up and move. Would you like to join us, LA County staff? And they said, absolutely. So we were all getting up and moving and stretching. It was fantastic. They said, this is great. They went out just speaking wonderful things about our staff, about our senior center, and really the recipients of these iPads. So thank you. It made my whole month to see those expressions and to just that experience. So thank you. Tuesday, July 2nd was, of course, our celebration of independence here at the city of Norwalk, and I got to say it was one of the best ever. So thank you all who were part of that to put it together, the staff, the Parks and Rec, our city manager. I know it takes a lot. to put something like that together. But it was great to see our colleagues there, their families, and Norma, where are you? Your family participated with me because my family couldn't make it, so I was adopted. But it was fantastic, wasn't it? It was amazing. And then if you did get to get those glasses, those 3D glasses, thank you, President of Contract Cities, Jennifer Perez, for bringing that idea and continuing it here in Norwalk, because when you wore them, you felt like everything was coming at you and it was even bigger and better. So it was a fantastic evening. So I think that's it. There was probably more, but that's enough for today. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you all for coming tonight.
You're welcome. Vice Mayor Ayala?
Well, I think my colleagues covered everything pretty thoroughly here. Just want to say hello, Helen Diosdado, one of my favorite people here tonight to get an award. Should be a reward, huh? Like maybe cash money or something, but it's an award. And I think the July 2nd event was really amazing. I think when the city does these events, they're like an all hands on deck event. I think it's really impressive because then you're talking about not just rec, but you're talking about rec, you're talking about public services, you're talking about public safety, you're talking about communication, you're talking about a lot. And that's impressive by itself. But what's impressive to me is that we just recently did the 5K, which was a huge program. And again, it was another all hands on deck program. And so to be able to do either one of those is awesome. But to be able to pull two of those off, including being facilitating as Norwalk was hosting Contract Cities for Jennifer's inauguration, covering all those three things in such a short period of time it really is a triple crown. And I think it speaks to you, your staff, speaks to all our staff. I mean, because everybody, to a larger or smaller extent, everybody has a piece of it. And so, like I said, congratulations, because those were three big deals and all were happening with the span of a couple months. So my congratulations. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, I want to welcome everyone. I know that there's been some welcomes already. Just want to repeat that again because we really like the fact that you all come, take the time out of your busy schedules to actually sit in this chamber with us during our council meetings, because we have so much to share, so much going on in the city of Norwalk, that we really like to get the opportunity that you're here to listen, you're here to participate. So thank you so much to all of you. You're all our special guests with us this evening. I'll start sharing a few comments. Yesterday, super exciting, at Raising Cane's, the future Raising Cane's, we had Raising the Roof, right? Raising the Roof. And we had that, I'll say, milestone to acknowledge just the work, all the work that they have been doing to get the construction and to get that facility, a new restaurant in our city, open. So I got a chance, we got a chance to meet, some of the leads, the project leads, some of those leads that are going to be stationed there at the restaurant, working there, that are going to be interacting with our community. And some of the highlights, or at least one in particular, there were several highlights, but one in particular was the fact that they shared how grateful they've been through this process, because the community development department, our staff, our leadership team in the city has been very helpful, has been very customer service oriented to make the process of getting them opened as soon as possible. So kudos to our staff who has helped all of them, the leadership team at Raising Cane's to see this happen and come to fruition. And another highlight that they shared was that they are eager to give back to our community. And that is one thing, if you don't know already, when we look at courting potential businesses and we get to the point where we're going to approve them and we're going to welcome them to the city of Norwalk, we look at different things. You know, what is it that, what is the service? What are they bringing to the community? You know, how successful can they be? You know, what type of participation are they going to have? And one of the things that we look for is, how is that particular business going to give back? How are they going to be a strong community partner to help us in some of those endeavors that we aim for, like supporting our youth, supporting our seniors, supporting our events in the city? You know, because it really truly does take a village. And so it's always helpful when we can partner with current or future businesses to make that happen. So that was really exciting yesterday, and I want to thank staff for putting that together. The other item I wanted to share with you is, over the last couple of weeks, we are partnering with an organization here in the city to offer a cooling center for our residents, specifically our seniors, some of our families. And the partnership could not have come at a better time because, as many of you may already know, our social services department is going through renovation as we get ready to kick off our 50th year anniversary at the Social Services Center. So we have to close the facility down for a little bit to make sure we get those renovations done, make sure that they're completed, and while we're keeping our employees safe. And so I really want to thank staff for just being open to, you know, some of these ideas that come forward, and I'm able to present to Jesus and his team, and that leads to a meeting, and you know, we make things happen. So I want to thank Faith Church for their outreach to us. Put July 25th on your calendars, please, at Hermosillo Park. I am having a park bench chat, and I hope that'll be publicized soon through our social media channels. But I want to welcome all of you and help me to spread the word. Hermosillo Park bench chat. We are also going to have part of our city leadership team there, so that you all can see the plan for Hermosillo Park. So some of the things that we do here are, well, I'll say not some, most are intentional. And so I receive a lot of questions about, you know, what are we doing at Hermosillo Park? You know, when is that going to happen? What are the plans? So we have very exciting plans. This is going to be an opportunity for you to come and see what that looks like. And that's just continuing our momentum towards the revitalization and renovation of our parks, which has been a very key goal this year, and even before. But I want to thank staff for the significant progress that we've made. On July 26th, I have a meeting with Caltrans. It's a Caltrans roundtable. And the reason I mentioned that is because, as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, we did have another unfortunate incident at the exit of the 105 carpool lane. I emphasize carpool lane. That is a carpool lane. But there's a lot of single drivers using that lane. And so I'm going to remind staff, as we've talked about it before, let's see if we can get our CHP partners to do some enforcement. Let's see how we can come up with, I know we've already done so much, as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, you know, what else do we do? You know, because we reached out to the LA County, we had media attention, we had a letter sent over to the supervisor's office, we've had multiple meetings with Caltrans, you know, we've had meetings with the residents. So, you know, what's occurring is really, it's unfortunate, but I just want to make sure that it's communicated to everyone that we have not sat, you know, on the sidelines. We have actually taken a lot of initiative and made progress towards a specific issue, but unfortunately it's an ongoing issue. And, you know, we'll see what else we can come up with, but I don't know how this continues to be a problem. I've driven that exit many times, as many of you probably have, and it's like, how does the driver miss this? How do you miss this? It's not like you exit and, you know, there's your stop. No. So as I mentioned before, my primary concern is the safety of, another innocent bystander, someone on foot or on a bike. The commercial building that's there. What kind of business are we going to be able to place in that location? So we are just want to share with all of you that we're definitely that's not something that we've forgotten about, and we continue to take action on. I want to give a shout out to Troy and Bob's Auto Workshop at 15940. They recently shared with the council that they have 80 years of service in the city of Norwalk. That's pretty impressive, right? That's pretty cool. So I know that we'll honor them at a future council meeting, but what I want to do is put it out there. If you or you know a business that has been in the city for 50 or more years, please share the information with us. I know we talked about reaching out to Karen as a source of information, but it's important. Troy and Bob started as a family-owned business. That mom and pop shop we all talk about, that entrepreneurship that was required. Back 80 years ago, it was tough. So the longevity is important. Their success is important to honor and recognize. So we want to do that. So we hope to do that at a future meeting. But I definitely that merits mentioning here with us this evening. Also, recently the Seroptimist, Norwalk Santa Fe Springs Seroptimist, had an installation. They did they have an incoming president, Dora Sandoval. I don't know if she's here. So, they had an installation that evening. Councilmember Valencia and I were there, and this was at Rosewoods. Thank you, Rosewoods, for partnering with our nonprofit organizations. And I believe if I get this correct, Anna, it was Real Women Fix Each Other's Crowns. That's right. That's right. And we got crowns. We were supposed to wear them today. Next time you're going to see us with crowns. So I thought that was neat. That was a neat theme because as women, it is tough, but we're strong. We persevere. We get things done. But it's nice to have a little pat on the back from another woman and some acknowledgement, a hug. So kudos to the Seroptimist Seroptimist International for always acknowledging the strong efforts of women today, especially our young ladies. Also, we, Councilmember Valencia and I were able to support our Norwalk girls softball fast pitch. SoCal, we had a pizza party, right? That was fun. So, and their parents were there, the ladies were there, the athletes were there, and so it was a lot of fun being able to be there and give back to again our youth in the community. Thank you, Councilmember Valencia. For that support and for that was fun. And SoCal Pizza. Yes, we are supporting our businesses here in the city of Norwalk. Absolutely. Future, in the spirit of our health and wellness this year, we have been talking to LA County, the supervisor's office, on a future health fair here in the city of Norwalk. So just to put that out, that is coming. Again, that's in the spirit of our health and wellness goal this year. And we hope to have some good stuff. And I think that's slotted for sometime in September. A lot of good things happening in the city of Norwalk. Oh, yes. Last Friday, I was at Hollyfield Park, my neighborhood park. They had movie night. And so that was a lot of fun. We had a very good turnout of families that came out just to enjoy the weather, enjoy a free movie, enjoy the company of one another. And I encourage, making new friends, introducing yourself to whoever it was sitting next to you on that blanket or lawn chair. And so I even bought, we had the Teen Alliance program there, fundraising, selling snacks. So I bought a few snacks from them. And then I did a little raffle. So I did a little trivia. And I asked some questions about, who can tell me, how many parks we have in the city of Norwalk, for example. So I did a little trivia and handed out little goodies, to whoever answered the right question, answer the question right. So that was fun. And I got to support the Teen Alliance program. So that was a lot of fun. Let's see. Highlight, turn. The other thing I wanted to share was someone brought it to my attention, a resident brought it to my attention that last week during the Wheel of Fortune show, Channel 7 showed a segment of community highlights in different cities, and the city of Norwalk made the cut. Yes. They actually included in their community highlights our park, Vista Verde Park, and so I thought that was really neat that they apparently they showed this segment all week during Wheel of Fortune. I missed it, unfortunately. They sent me a little picture of it, but that was really neat to see. Oh, yes, tomorrow concert at the Lawn, royalty. I think it's 80s music. Radio royalty. Please visit or actually follow, because I know the goal is to increase our followers on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You're going to find some amazing stuff there. Some of it is free, some of it is at very low cost. Bottom line though, there's something there for everyone. I guarantee it. So please don't miss out on all the activities that our leadership team here in the city has worked so hard to put together. Thank you so much. Okay. We are going to now introduce our special presentations. City Council to proclaim Plastic-Free July in Norwalk. Tonight we gather to celebrate and recognize the importance of Plastic-Free July in our community. This global movement helps raise awareness about the issues of plastic pollution. It encourages us to make small changes to reduce plastic use in our daily lives. It is a key initiative from the Plastic Free Foundation, allowing us to work towards the vision of seeing a world free of plastic waste. Throughout July, this is for all of us, let us focus on promoting sustainable practices and reducing single-use plastics in our city and in our homes. Our commitment to a cleaner, greener environment is vital for the well-being of our community and for future generations. That is why the City of Norwalk is proud to proclaim Plastic-Free July. Accepting this proclamation is our Public Services Department. They often oversee waste collection and recycling programs, which help residents reduce plastic waste. We are grateful for their involvement, and this is so important because I know that we've talked about sustainability. We have a sustainability and environmental justice and awareness goal that we adopted as a city, citywide. This is one of our strategic goals because we know we have to take care of Mother Earth. There's only one Mother Earth. And I'm very passionate about our environment because our environment is beautiful. It's a beautiful place to enjoy. Whether you enjoy the ocean, I love the beach, our fresh air, our trees, clean water. What we do today in this moment really matters for the future. And the future is all of us, but especially our younger generation. I see a group right here. I hope that they understand how important it is, that we have clean air, nice oceans, clean water, that there's environmental justice, that we're aware of how critical and important that is. And so I'll ask each and every one of you in July, do something. All it takes is a commitment. It's not too hard. Maybe forego that plastic bottle. Use reusable container. If you need one, I have plenty. I'll give you one of mine. Okay? I'll give you one of my reusable water containers. You can have one of mine from the mayor. But please, just forego that plastic. The plastic, the silverware that you use at your restaurant. Find ways. I know I carry my own cutlery. The straws. Skip the straw.
Or the metal ones?
You know. Oh yeah, we have reusable straws. I have some of those too. If you need one, I'll give you one of those too. But please, I'll ask that you, every one of you, just make a commitment in July to go plastic free. Okay. Thank you so much for entertaining my. I've been so passionate about environment. I love Mother Earth. Public services team, come forward and accept this proclamation. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay. All right, we have, let's, do me a favor, introduce yourself.
Oh, Gabriela Garcia, Senior Analyst in Public Services.
Runchin, Principal Civil Engineer.
Issa Nakasada with Athens Services.
And you all should know your city council, so I'm not going to have them introduce themselves, but you all, if you don't know, you don't know. Okay. So, proclamation for Plastic Free July. I'll just read a couple of things here. July, a key initiative of the Plastic Free Foundation, was founded by Rebecca Prince Ruiz and a small team in local government in Western Australia in 2011. The award-winning Plastic Free July campaign encourages our residents each year to commit to reducing plastic pollution. The mission of the Plastic Free Foundation is guided by core values, including honesty, integrity, inclusivity, and a focus of providing solutions, authenticity, collaboration, and the belief that small changes can lead to a significant impact. So true. So therefore, I, Margarita Rios, Mayor of the City of Norwalk, on behalf of Vice Mayor Tony Ayala and my fellow council members, Jennifer Perez, Rick Ramirez, and Ana Valencia, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as Plastic Free July. And next, well, before I continue, I do also want to mention that residents in our city are paying attention, and they are doing their part, because this particular proclamation began with just that, our resident in the city saying, the city of Norwalk, if you really are committed, hey, here's another way you can take some action towards that commitment. So thank you so much. Okay, so next we have City Council to recognize students from the Norwalk District Migrant Education Program. Come on, let's hear it. We are pleased to recognize the Norwalk District Migrant Education Program and its students. The Migrant Education Program, MEP, addresses the educational and health needs of our migrant children. Supplemented by Norwalk Lamarada Unified School District, they focus on enhancing skills including language, arts, and mathematics. Thank you for fostering cultural pride and academic excellence, including successes for the speech and debate team. Students in grades 6 through 12 have trained all year long to compete at the regional competition hosted by the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Last May, students qualified to compete at the state tournament in Monterey, where they each took home first, second, or third place in their respective categories of prepared speech, extemporaneous speech, and discussion. This was the first year since the pandemic that the state tournament took place. Thank you to the coaches, Dr. Jody Kim and Jonathan Verdugo, for mentoring them. 12 students also participated on March 16th in a speech and debate competition at the LACO offices. We would like to recognize these students. As I call your name, if you are present, please begin to come forward, okay? Andrew Alcala. Heidi Alfaro. Dayanira Alfaro. Jimmy Arellano. Tejeda Garcia. Itza Perez Garcia. Gerardo Diaz Gil. Jaylene Chavez Madrigal. Alejandro Romo Limón. Emanuel Salazar Lira. Mia Quintanero. And John Rico. I also want to ask if we have the mentors I mentioned or teachers who have been involved in the migrant education program, if you would also please come forward while we, the council, presents some certificates. All right, look at this fine looking group. I love it. I love it. You know, one of the things that I also want to mention here is that these young students made a commitment to actually participate in this program. You know, they have choices. They could be doing something else, they could be anywhere else, but they have a commitment that they've made really to themselves to excel academically, to learn about their culture, you know, to compete. I mean, speech and debate. We know that, you know, that's tough. That takes some guts to do. And so we definitely wanted to honor all of you here today. The Norwalk Lone Rider Unified School District Migrant Education Program is a federally funded initiative dedicated to enriching and addressing the educational and health needs of migrant children. Supplements existing educational services, offering students additional opportunities to enhance their skills in language arts and mathematics. The program not only provides instruction in core academic areas, but also fosters cultural pride and awareness by integrating music, art, and social studies in its curriculum. Students in grades 6 to 12 are encouraged to participate in the debate team where they train throughout the year to compete regionally and at the state level. 12 outstanding young individuals from the Norwalk District Migrant Education Program participated and earned first, second, and third places in their categories. So I, Margarita El Rios, Mayor of the City of Norwalk, on behalf of the Vice Mayor, Tony Ayala, my fellow council members, Jennifer Perez, Rick Ramirez, and Ana Valencia, do hereby commend, through this proclamation, the Migrant Education Program. Well, I'll give you, do you want to, who do you, okay, here you go, here you go, here you go. Thank you so much. You want to stand right here? Le quiero dar las gracias a todos los estudiantes que han participado en este programa Migrante. Yo sé que sus esfuerzos han sido algo que ustedes hicieron esta promesa a ustedes mismos de querer mejorar su academia, a saber más de su cultura. Entonces, para mí como alcaldesa aquí en la ciudad me da mucho orgullo haber tenido ustedes aquí como nuestros invitados para honrar o para reconocer sus esfuerzos tan bonitos y tan lindos que son. También le quiero dar las gracias a todos los padres que yo sé que esos sábados o cuando tenían que viajar fuera de la ciudad, ustedes están ahí apoyándolos a ellos. Entonces, a los padres, por favor, vamos a darle un round of applause for the parents, please. Lo que ustedes están haciendo ahora es la diferencia para el éxito de sus hijos. Y ojalá los hijos, los estudiantes, los jóvenes que veo ahorita, you all speak Spanish, right? Okay. Ojalá un día ven los 5 acá arriba, uno de ustedes, o a lo mejor más, estén acá arriba. Tengan una meta y cuando tienen esa meta que sea grande, grande. Sí se puede, ¿sí? Ok, gracias, muchas gracias. Okay, our next presentation this evening is to recognize dun, 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 Helen Diosdado for serving on the Senior Services Commission. Helen, why don't you come forward to the podium while I give a little introduction to you and your fabulousness. The City of Norwalk is pleased to recognize Helen for her dedication and service to the city as Senior Services Commissioner. Helen has been a resident for over 60 years. Since the opening of Norwalk Senior Center in 2000, Helen has been a steadfast volunteer, contributing her time at the front desk, serving as a tour guide, and being the warm welcome at the concierge desk. And I'll mention just your smile, Helen. You always have a smile for everyone. Thank you. Yes. Helen has volunteered for the Angel Tree program since 2001, helping to make the season brighter for so many families and young children. She also volunteered at City Hall as a customer service representative. Her dedication extends beyond the city as she also volunteers at St. John of God. In 2015, Helen was selected as the City of Norwalk Older American Volunteer, a well-deserved honor highlighting her outstanding impact. Since 2017, Helen has served as a Senior Services Commissioner, advocating for the Norwalk senior community. Helen, I know that when I first met you, and I'm sure that many can share a similar story, as I said, always a warm smile, always a warm welcome, always a nice hug and encouraging words, and your dedication to the city of Norwalk, but even more so, your dedication to others. You know, the friendships that I'm sure that you've created, the relationships that you've made with our city staff, and all through the kindness of your heart. So thank you for so many years of giving back to the city and others. Go ahead, Helen. Yes.
I just want to thank to all of you for the good years that I've had. And thank you from all the people that have gone before me that have done the same kind of work. They all enjoyed it as I do, and will do for a while. Anyway, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Let's give her a big round of applause. Don't walk away just yet. We have something for you. Don't leave just yet. Colleagues, please join me. So tonight, the city council has the honor of giving to Helen this commendation for all of her years of service to the city of Norwalk. It is just a small token on our behalf, but we hope that she receives it with all the love and appreciation that we are sending her way. So, Helen, we have a commendation for you this evening. How's that? How about that? You excited about that?
What?
You're speechless, I know.
I don't really know what to say.
She's speechless. She's so excited. Anna, can you hold this for her? Yes, ma'am.
I lost one of my hearing aids.
So we have to
Oh.
louder.
Okay. She lost a piece of equipment. That's okay. We got you, Helen. I see we have some other commissioners there in the audience from the Social Services and Senior Center. If I can also ask you to come up and be part of this photo. As I said, I know Helen has made a lot of love, lasting friendships, relationships. Look at that. We got some flowers for you too. Anyone else?
No, I found it. I cleaning the mess. Thank you. You're doing your part. Always. I always do my part. No doubt about it. Yes.
Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to now, I'm going to pass this over to our city manager for his comments. Jesus Gomez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight I have several items, very short presentations for you and the community. The first one is we want to provide you with an update as to our results from the International Shopping Center Conference that we attend every year. And thanks to you, City Council, Mayor, you attended this year, that join us. And this year, the Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair also joined us. A very fruitful a few days to meet with developers, brokers, and potential tenants within our sphere of the city of Norwalk. We look for tenants that fit our city, and that is what we do when we go to the International Shopping Center Conference. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ken Hira from Cosmont Companies, and he will provide an update. He helps and assists us at the International Shopping Center Conference, advising us on a couple of things. One, what tenants to speak to, and also sort of the interaction between the tenants, the brokers, developers, and ourselves. With a wealth of experience, welcome, Mr. Ken Hira.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Madam Mayor and members of the council, it's always good to be in the city of Norwalk. We did have, I think, a pretty productive conference this year with outreach, as Jesus mentioned. I'll go through a pretty quick update on that, and this tends to be a very ongoing process as we reach out to lots of businesses and partners. So if you could go to the next slide. So the conference, just for perspective, ICSC Las Vegas ends up with about 25,000 people in attendance. So it's all walks of life related to generally the retail and commercial real estate industry. There are developers, brokers, retailers, and a whole variety of businesses that are there. it's a pretty significant conference, and so it's a great place for a lot of cities, frankly, to help market as well as get educated, and that's what the city of Norwalk's been doing for several years. Cosmont companies and city staff reached out pretty diligently to, a couple dozen different local, regional, national businesses, property owners, developers. And we had about 15 meetings. There was probably more than that, but there were 15 time slots that were absolutely filled. There were other events, morning and evenings, that helped the productivity of the conference. There was about 8 representatives from the city of Norwalk there. Mayor Rios, Councilwoman Perez, and some of the commission were there, the chair, as well as vice chair, and of course city staff. And it was pretty busy. I thought I'd give you guys a fun fact real quick about ICSC Las Vegas and the Convention Center. I had my colleague Fernando doing a little bit of homework. The Central Hall at the Convention Center in Las Vegas is about 600,000 square feet. And the South Hall, which is like long football fields almost, is about 450,000 square feet per floor. So there's 900,000 square feet in the South Hall and 600,000 square feet in the Central Hall. So the city of Norwalk covered about 1.5 million square feet of meetings and pursuing these opportunities. I think that's like 26 football fields, just as a perspective. So we did a lot of hustling, a lot of walking, a lot of talking, a lot of outreach. We collaborated with a variety of different development areas and economic nodes, and I'll get to that in a second. But the significant projects that we promoted were the Walk, Norwalk Transit Village, one of the car washes, and other sites, including a Saddleback Hotel site. We had several meetings with hotel chains as well, and there was lots of interest and lots of demand to be in the city of Norwalk. Pretty positive. Next slide, please. And this is just a map of the various development areas and economic nodes. Again, hearkening to the Economic Development Opportunities Plan that was adopted. We did an update of that last year, and then that was originally put into place around 2018. So the variety of these sites were key sites that we wanted to continue to promote. Some of them are being developed or they already have a partner, but updates as to the activity on each of those sites was very important, and that's where you can get a lot of that knowledge by going to the conference. Next slide. We put together lots of marketing material. We updated the marketing material from the past. I think we had about 9 different locations that were on these various marketing pieces. The first page there actually highlights the city in general, and it's always good to have visuals, so we put lots of company logos on that. That really catches the attention of other retailers and brokers and developers and businesses. And then we have a variety of marketing flyers that we put together to try to help promote. Next slide. So that's a continuation of those. We obviously highlighted the Walk and Norwalk Transit Village. Next slide. Busy schedule, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, traversing into Wednesday even as a travel day. So I just wanted to bring to your attention the various partners, again, kind of using logos, but there are lots of retailers and hotel chains and developers and development partners that we were able to connect with. And I think just to be clear on the process of going to the conference, it's a bit of a marathon, not a sprint. You have to chip away at these things. We've been working at it for several years. And my last slide will indicate that, next slide, is that there's just really a lot of activity, economic development and real estate activity going on in the city of Norwalk. And it's something I think to be proud of from a leadership perspective, and the demand that's really here by those businesses to be in the city. And for Cosmont companies anyways, it's always an honor. It's an honor to provide advisory services for the time that we have with you all. And we're just getting started, as the saying goes. So on that note, if there aren't any questions, that's just a quick update. Feel free to ask if you have any. If not, we continue to work with you all closely.
Okay. Council, any questions? Councilmember Valencia?
Yes, comments and quasi question. I like what you've done. The brochures, the information, I think is wonderful. I think I've heard good things, not just from our city, but from other cities, how we had such good presentations. My question is, I live almost across the street from that old Food for Less, and I keep hearing all these different things. Can you give us a sort of synopsis or some just some comments about what could potentially be there and maybe how we can help if we need to call people? I mean, I know that it's been a very drawn out process and that there's some setbacks there. Can you speak to those, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to, council member. First of all, it's a very good location in the city. And so from a real estate perspective, that's kind of how my brain works. It's good real estate. There is demand from businesses to be there. So I guess that's the good news. The challenge, of course, is when the private sector owns that real estate, it's oftentimes difficult for cities to try to incentivize them, motivate them, market those opportunities because they tend to have a certain strategy. And unfortunately, the owner of that real estate doesn't seem to be very motivated. They have a great opportunity with a vacant building. They could either fill that building, they could tear that building down, they could redevelop it, they could put retail there, they could put retail and residential there for that matter. There's a lot of options. They have a pretty good broker working on it, but at some level, the broker has his client that he has to take direction from. And, you know, there are active real estate owners and there are passive real estate owners. And we've been trying very hard, actually, and made some progress on unlocking that opportunity through some conversations and some convincing and being very persistent. We're quite persistent in discussions with at least that broker. And there was 3 steps forward and now 2 steps back on an opportunity there. And so, I don't mean for it to require patience, but it's not something that we're not trying to work on, staff, myself, and others. We've been pushing, and we'll continue to push. I don't think it's going to, last thing I'll say, I don't think it's going to stay like that forever because it's too valuable of a piece of property.
Anyone else?
Just a comment.
Yes.
Want to continue to say thank you to you and your entire team for your dedication to the city of Norwalk. We worked together to adopt the economic development plan. That is a living, breathing document that could change at a drop of a hat because of opportunities or relationships that come forward. I have attended ICSC. I think this is my 5th time going. This past year, Margarita was able to attend with us. And her, I think, your 2nd time going. But it's these continued relationships and continued conversations that you pick up right where you left off the year before that really spark the change or the desire to come into the city of Norwalk. And I will say that I think this year those sparks were happening at almost every single meeting that we attended. We've cultivated relationships to now move forward with development. And I thank you for your dedication to really set a lot of these meetings up. What happens after the 15 meetings that are actually on calendar is, additional 20, 30 meet and greets as you're walking by, to get from one place to another. And it's really that dedication and partnership that is really moving the city of Norwalk forward. So thank you for that, and thank you for this update.
I really appreciate that. It's a pleasure, like I say, and an honor to work for you all. I would say that, just as another comment, the progress and the status of some of these projects, big projects that really feel like they're about to get off the ground after years of effort, is quite the compliment to your city, to leadership, because of how you've advanced that ball. I will also say that the market right now is in a pretty challenging state. Construction costs are high, interest rates are high. Development, ground-up development is in a really tough spot. But I think the good news is there's been so much groundwork laid, and these projects are ready to take off, that the work that's been done over the last several years is going to allow these projects to come to fruition. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just add a few comments to that is, we're centrally located. We're a transit-oriented city. We have the 605 intersected by the 5 freeway. So that is a marketing tool for us. We have newly constructed off-ramps off the freeway. And so access to our city is very feasible and accessible. So that is a plus for the city. And the fact that we are attending the conference every year and having continued conversations makes a big difference. And this is how we continue to implement the economic development plan. I would like to recommend that we do a hotel study, market study for the city, specifically some properties that are, I think, very, key components to add hotels to our retail commercial corridors. I think we have the potential to bring in 3 to 4 hotels to the city, and we made that very clear at the International Shopping Center Conference, and we want to continue those conversations to bring these hospitality businesses into our city. We have very few, and I think additional will serve us well, not only for hosting, but also for revenue for our city. So thank you for that.
I just as a follow-up to that comment and including that information, I really appreciate that, Jesus, because I know, as Councilmember Perez mentioned, what we currently have, our economic development plan, is a current living document. And we started this several years ago, but I think it's done well to serve to keep us not just focused on this vision, but be able to, always have that chance to go back and see, are we in that same place? Do we need to keep an open mind? Do we need to look at more? Do we need to look at something else? So I like the fact that we're talking about doing a study so that the council is much more informed and aware of, what are the opportunities in the city of Norwalk, and how do we come to a consensus or agree on what we want to support. So I'm glad that we're doing that, and I look forward to that information in a couple of months, I think.
Great. So we'll bring back a study to the city council.
Very good. Thank you, Jesus.
You're welcome. Next, we have the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce quarterly presentation. Karen Spilsbury will present for us. And before she gets to the podium, I just want to thank her for her support throughout all these years with the businesses. They feel welcomed. They have positive comments about the chamber. And thank you for being a facilitator between the business and the city. So we appreciate the efforts. And so with that, she'll present the quarterly update.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. And to Cosmot, where'd you go? You're there. We are looking forward to all the amazing things you're going to help facilitate and bring in business-wise. So thank you. So thank you, Mayor Rios and council members, for having us here again tonight. Just to give you a brief update on the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce, our activities, and things that have been happening over the last quarter. So, city activities. There's been a lot going on that our members have been able to participate in, from Meet the Mayor events to Raising Roof events to ribbon cutting events. So we're always very happy to be able to participate with our city and promote positive things in Norwalk. Last quarter, we had National Small Business Week. That was from April 29th through May 3rd. We promoted shopping small and supporting our small businesses during that time. We participated and helped with Community Family Guidance Center's benefit dinner. I know we had another member of the council who served on the committee this time, so thank you for your support for that. Our new member meet and greet, we invited some of our new members to the chamber office where they were able to network with other new members and some of our board and ambassadors, so that was a lot of fun. Chamber travel. So, you know, I went to Egypt. Well, in May, we went to Italy. And next year, we're going to Portugal. So, if anybody's interested, this is not limited to chamber members only. Anybody can go. So, we're looking forward to that. We held our first spring festival on historic Front Street. We had coffee and conversations, and of course, as was mentioned, our 101st anniversary gala closing out our 100 years. Thank you. Some of our new chamber members, Raising Canes, we got to experience the roof raising yesterday. Great group of people. They joined last month, and we're just very happy to have them on board. I will share with you, Councilmember Ramirez, you spoke about the 105 off-ramp. OSI Staffing is the business that bought that building, and they're remodeling it. They're coming here from Downey, so anything we can do to help facilitate a safer off-ramp would be wonderful. And then if you need any pest control services, Evolution Pest Control, on the ball, they're great. And Blue Icon Communications, Luis Reyes, he's joined the chamber too, so he's out there with us. And our next slide, please. I got a whole bunch of words, but I'm not going to go really in depth on these items because there's a lot going on tonight. But we still partner as the Gateway Chamber Alliance. We have the New California Coalition. We have Cal Chamber. Bills and activities that we've supported or opposed over this last quarter. Just a brief update. SB 92 and AB 2288 are probably the fastest bills I've ever seen move through the legislature. It took about a week to get those through both houses on the governor's desk, signed and into law on July 1st, and that's PAGA reform. And that will help all of our business communities, workers, so that they will see the results of lawsuits that are filed by them for unfair labor practices, and that the money will not all go into attorneys' pockets. So we're very happy with that. We had SB 1420, clean hydrogen transportation. That's a bill that's got support from both sides of the aisle. SB 1116, which has been around for a while, came back again. We've opposed it. It's stalled in committee, and we're hoping it doesn't go through. SB 585 is support for the frivolous lawsuits against small businesses for minor things to do with ADA regulations. So it's giving those businesses an opportunity to cure those regulations that they violated without knowing, without getting sued. So we're hoping that goes through. And then we joined Californians for Public Safety Coalition, which we've all been hearing about commercial crime, residential crime, and every kind of crime, and how we're going to fix it. So we're in a coalition to hopefully pass a proposition in November that will help with that. So thank you. Next slide. So Spring Festival, that was a blast. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, Mayor Rios for attending. I know others couldn't make it, but we were really happy to have your support. City Manager Jesus Gomez was there, as you can see by the picture. It was a lot of fun. It was a hot day. We had to postpone it, but it turned out really nice. We had a lot of entertainment. I want to thank the Kids Talent Academy, the Folkloric Code dancers, and the Hanabi Taiko drums for coming and providing entertainment. They were definitely the highlight of the event. We had vendors, we had food trucks, and we're looking forward to Spring Festival 102 next year. So, and our next slide. As was mentioned, we had our closeout of our 100th year for the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce. So now we're 101, and we have our newly installed board president here tonight, Jason Perez. Raise your hand. And as you can see, Athens Services was recognized as our Business of the Year this year. We have Isa Nakasato here, who is also a new board member, as was mentioned. We also have Tony Grijalva from Cerritos College, who's come back on the board, and Juana Sivas from the YMCA, who are our new board members. So we're looking forward to their participation in the chamber. And next, upcoming events. We have a lot of things going on. There's a multi-chamber mixer tomorrow night hosted by the Montebello Chamber at the Commerce Casino. There's 6 chambers participating. Coffee and conversation the next day at Chick-fil-A at 9 a.m. Our business expo in conjunction with the summer concert, August 7th. Coffee with the quadrant officer. We have a new quadrant officer in Q1. So McDonald's over by the Empty Food for Less is going to be hosting that. And then another multi-chamber mixer at the Doubletree with the Santa Fe Springs Chamber of Commerce. So that's on September 26th. And we're looking forward to all of those activities and invite you all to come out and enjoy them with us. And again, we just want to thank the city for their partnership. Thank you for always supporting the chamber and the business community. And I especially want to thank our Public Works Department, our Engineering Department, and our Recreation Park Services Department for their support of our Spring Festival and the help they gave us with that. And then I want to also thank personally the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, our Public Service Department, and the Santa Fe Springs Fire Department for their heroic activities yesterday in putting the fire out that was in the building next door to the Chamber of Commerce. And thank you to those of you that reached out to me personally to make sure that I was okay and that the chamber was okay. So for anybody that was wondering what was happening and why I'm okay, it's because of the actions of those men and women who support us. So that is all I have to say today. If you have any questions, happy to answer them. But otherwise, that's my report.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. Karen, in listening to your presentation, something just caught my attention. You talked about a public safety aspect in crime. I think it would be great if the chamber could take that leadership role in assisting the shopping centers and those businesses in regards to our Business Watch program in partnership with public safety. I know we haven't done that in a while with a partnership with our quadrant officers to assure those businesses that we are actively addressing the nuisances, the crime, as well as other crime-related issues that they may face in the center. Because we get the calls all the time about the homelessness, the loitering, the panhandling, the assaults of the restaurant staff and the businesses. So I think it would be a great program if we could, with your new president leadership, to take that role on to get more involved with our Business Watch program, so they can add some added value to those businesses and recruit.
Absolutely. Actually, Ozzy and I have had a lot of conversations about that over about the past 6 months. So I am happy to get more active in that role and help support. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing it up.
Madam Mayor, if I may add a little comment, I'd like to say that Karen has been a great partner. As many of you know, we just launched our business bulletin that the chamber has been very supportive. It goes out to 1,500 businesses throughout the city. I've personally had the opportunity to meet some of our business. We've got some positive feedback. So I wanted to just say on behalf of public safety, thank you for your continued support, Karen.
Anytime. Thank you.
And I just want to share, because I know there's so much that happens behind the scenes that sometimes we don't immediately recognize or acknowledge. But as Karen mentioned, in her working with Ozzy and public safety over the last 6 months, on our Business Watch program, because that was a key focus as we started this year to make sure that our quadrant officer understood that it wasn't just about the residences, but it was also very key that we establish those relationships and connections with our businesses. And so I know we've made significant progress, in addressing, if there is a nuisance, it's addressed immediately. Our quadrant officers are there. If they see something, they say something to make sure that either it's a response on our part, the city and public safety, or it's something that the landlord, the tenant has to address. I will say that one of the things that I know, I'll just mention 2 things, but I know there's many, is, the Target specifically, we had talked about, potential nuisance there, also issues with cleanliness. And thankfully, Jesus and his team, they were able to get a hold of, Target, and they were more than willing to see how they can do better, because it's all about business. They want to bring in that business. Another particular area that we've been addressing is the shopping center at Alondra and Pioneer. And working with the property, the landowner. They recently redid their parking lot. Again, that was something that we started, because we want to make sure that we are addressing our commercial centers' safety, cleanliness, so important. Our residents deserve that. And so I'm glad to hear that you're, working closely with Ozzy, and, appreciate all of that. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Alba was very pleased with the parking lot getting redone over there.
Oh, yes.
That
was on my list.
Yes. And I will share that I did have a meeting with McDonald's over at Food for Less last week, and she is very concerned about the fact that they are the last business left in that center. So anything that Cosma can do to facilitate more businesses would be wonderful. So
yes.
Madam Mayor, if I just may
Thank you.
add one more comment. You touched on some good topics there. One thing that I've seen that is a lack of is shopping center security. So I'm not sure if it's public safety or the city code enforcement, but lack of security patrols as well as property maintenance, illegal dumping, loitering. It's rampant in some of these centers because we get the calls and we get the emails. But if we put pressure on the property managers to really evaluate not just a patrol service that comes twice a day and drives through the center and then leaves, and that's the extent of their security, right? They need to have on-site presence to deter and to be active to deter some of these issues that these local businesses are screaming for, because a lot of them are just close their doors and roll up and get out of Norwalk. So we want to maintain them.
I will say that the Quadrant Officer Program has been really good with that. The businesses that I meet or that I know that I talk to are highly complimentary about, they know their quadrant officer, they visit them all the time, they make sure they're doing okay. Mine does too, so over where we are. So enhancing that maybe from the development or the property management side would be wonderful too. But that program is a great program and it's really doing well, so.
Yeah, and just the final thing I'll say is, a lot of these experiences, aren't just brought to our attention by residents, but it's something that we personally, as residents as well in the city of Norwalk, come across. So I just kudos again to our public safety and the team, because the dollar store over on Studebaker and Rosecrans, there was a individual living out of their vehicle. There was trash. It was just, the frontage, the entrance to the store was just completely unacceptable. And, I brought it to the attention of the team, and, there was follow-up and they took care of it. So there's any, we have a list of properties. I mean, obviously they're all the properties in the city of Norwalk, but some that we've, identified as, having to address, sooner rather than later. But if any, if you have specific properties, Councilmember Ramirez, please let us know, and I'll make sure that it gets taken care of personally.
Yeah, for sure. I call on it daily.
Okay.
But
Well, you let me know.
We'll get a list.
We'll take care of it. I will make sure. Okay, thank you, Karen.
All right, thank you.
Mayor and City Council members, our next item that I have for you is Liberty Utilities. They have a very brief presentation. We have met with them. They are proposing a rate increase, and I thought it would be helpful to have them come and explain to the community what that means and what improvements are slated for the city of Norwalk specifically. And so with that, we have Edward Jackson, who is the president here in California. So with that, you're welcome to.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Edward Jackson. I'm the president for Liberty Utilities California. Also here from Liberty is my colleague, Allison Vi. And Liberty has the privilege of providing water service to the city of Norwalk. Last month, Liberty met with City Manager Jesus Gomez to discuss our various programs, including capital improvements, water conservation, and customer assistance programs. During that meeting, Mr. Gomez extended an invitation to present at a future City Council meeting, so we greatly appreciate this opportunity. Next slide. So this map shows Liberty service territory in Norwalk. The city boundaries is shown in the purplish color, and then our system is shown in the bluish color. Next slide. So this map shows the location of water main replacement projects planned for the city of Norwalk. The replacement of aging water mains is necessary to provide safe and reliable service to our customers. The meeting we had with the city last month, we discussed the need for continued coordination between Liberty's capital improvement programs and the city's street improvements. Next slide. So we have a customer assistance program for those customers that are income qualified. If customers are enrolled in SoCal Edison's assistance program, then they are automatically enrolled in Liberty's program, through a quarterly data sharing process. Additionally, this year, Liberty held multiple pop-up events to help customers receive financial assistance with their water bills from the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, also known as LIWAP. Unfortunately, that program is no longer in effect. However, Liberty is very involved in a legislative effort to make this a permanent program. Next slide. So we have a variety of conservation programs available to our customers to reduce water consumption. We are piloting a new program, emergency leak repair program, that can assist qualifying customers repair identified leaks at no cost. Next slide. So investing in infrastructure is necessary to maintain water quality and provide safe and reliable water service to our customers. Funding for proposed infrastructure projects are reflected in Liberty's general rate case application. Through this process, the California Public Utilities Commission will be determining Liberty's rates. And so there are public meetings held by the commission scheduled later for this month on July 30th and July 31st. Next slide. So again, we want to thank you for the opportunity to provide this summary overview of some of our programs. We look forward to our continued relationship with the City of Norwalk and providing safe and reliable service to our customers here. And happy to answer any questions. And I see, Mayor, you have our packet of information that we've left for you and the other council members. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Valencia?
Thank you. Thank you for addressing us, President Jackson. And thank you for the packet. I am going to be reading it. I am a customer of Liberty, and so is we're not. But I do think that you do provide some good information. And as I mentioned, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I am very interested in learning much more about how the water gets to us, is cleaned, and all that. Our own city manager has attended and received a certification because he attended 3 sessions by the water district, and so we're very we're vested. We're very vested in how we serve and what we serve. And water, obviously, is one of the biggest resources. Having said that, I'm wondering, so you came, you've done this presentation, so you haven't said anything, but I assume that there is, whenever there are these sessions, and for the public to come and speak, the hearings, that's the word I couldn't remember, in-person hearings and virtual, it sounds to me like there is an increase coming down the pikeway. Can you give us just, and you have, well, it's on your brain, I'm sure, the information. What are we looking at? What are the increases? When do we have the current, we have proposed. In 2025, there's a decrease. But then 2026, there's a proposed increase. Is it, so my question to you is, how soon are we going to see an increase in our bill? Okay, because that's the bottom line. We have to budget. I get paid every month as a teacher, and I've got to budget everything to the T, right? Many of our residents, and colleagues included, we also have to budget and everything. So we want to just kind of know, in general, when are we going to see an increase, by more or less what percentage, just that we can budget, we can. And then is there, if we do show up, because actually July 31st is a date that I might be able to attend, is there a possibility that we can, or July 30th, excuse me, is there a possibility that we can affect some change, some possibility of not having such an impact of an increase, I guess is my question. I am on the CWAC board as well, so we do get a lot of reports and we do get some information, and I was very scared, and I reported back to our city council and our at our meetings of some proposed, but I don't think those are going to be taking place until, and that's statewide, for a few years from now. But those are all very scary to us. We here, and I'm sorry that I'm going on, but I think it's important for you to know as well, and I think you've probably heard, we are doing a water reclamation, is that what it's called, here in our city under one of our parks at Hermosillo Park, because we understand the effects and because we don't want to run out of water, and we don't want to have to, and if in case of emergencies, what have you, we want to have our supply. But how are there possibilities of us doing that more so that we can then serve our residents with not such high increases, I guess, and is Liberty doing something about that as well, are my questions. I know it's a mouthful and it's a lot. You might want to get back to us in paper, but I'd like to hear some of your ideas.
Sure,
now.
absolutely. So
Thank
first
you.
of all, I'd like to address your comments about your interest in how the water utility business works. And so I would just extend an offer for you to come over to Liberty and to get a system tour to see all our facilities and our various departments in terms of how the water system runs. So would love to host you on a tour. Second of all, in terms of the public meetings, those are meetings that are held by the California Public Utilities Commission, and they regulate the rates of Liberty. So Liberty proposes an application it's called a rate case, and it's for a 3-year future period. And ultimately, there are staff at the California Public Utilities Commission who review the application. They come up with their own recommendations. And then there is a judge at the CPUC who oversees this process and will be actually overseeing the public meeting. And it's their meeting. They want to hear from the public. They want to hear how our application impacts them. And so absolutely, the public can get involved, follow the process. It's transparent, it's open, and you can have an impact. Now, as far as the increase we're asking for, it's really driven by our capital improvement program. We're proposing to invest nearly $72 million to maintain and improve our infrastructure from this year through 2027, and that includes replacing over 8 miles of aging water main to improve system reliability, installing improvements to our existing reservoirs, upgrading and replacing our electrical motor control centers, our pressure tank, other production site improvements. Those are the wells that pump the water out of the ground. Replacing well disinfection equipment, installing a new well, new treatment systems. Everyone's heard about PFAS, PFOA. We have to deal with that issue, and water treatment is very costly. Replacing and installing 1,500 service connections, replacing and installing fire hydrants, replacing and installing water system valves. So there's a lot that goes into providing the water service to our customers, 24/7, 365 days a year. It's reliable, it's safe, and all of those capital improvements are the main drivers for our rates. And Liberty, all of our revenue to pay for our entire cost of providing service to our customers is in the rate. There's no other source of revenue for the company. It's all in the rate, which is one of the primary differences between a regulated water utility like Liberty versus a municipal water system. But one thing that we are doing to try to lessen the impact of these programs on our rates is we are going for grants. For example, we are in the process of trying to get a grant from the Department of Energy for batteries that will replace diesel generators that we use to run our facilities during emergencies, as an example.
have a-
And when should we expect when should we expect a type of increase? I see here possibly, and correct me if I'm wrong, a 42% increase, starting with a 42% increase in 2025. Are we talking early, mid, late?
So I'm not sure what you're looking at. You may be looking at one rate component, but it is
Commodity rate schedule?
Our ask is approximately a 20% increase in year one of the rate case cycle, which is July 1st of 2025. And then year two is 4% approximately. And then year three is another 4%. So initially, it's a lot of the capital improvements driving that request. And then after that, it's largely inflation. But again, that's our ask. We never get what we ask for.
Never do?
Never. So what will happen, August timeframe, is the commission staff will come out with their report, and then there will be hearings, and eventually the judge will issue a decision.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of comments I'd like to make. One is, I think in this field, there's a lot of education, right, to the customers. I like to see more of your involvement with the City of Norwalk through our programs to educate water conservation, different programs to reduce the use of water, similar to what Athens does on our mulch giveaway, or just more of an educational program. I don't think I've seen you guys come out and participate on those community events, but the more we educate our residents, our customers, on what they need to do to conserve water to kind of cut down the rates would be a great addition to our programming here in the City of Norwalk. And then second, I'd like to do more of an educational outreach to the public when it comes to the CPUC hearings. Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard of any of the rates being denied. It's usually, approved every time it's gone before the CPUC. I don't know if it's right.
That is certainly incorrect.
Okay.
I can trust you. The relationship between the regulator and the regulated companies is professional, but is very,
of course,
adversarial.
But I think with getting the public out involved into these commission hearings, I think it'd be more educational for them and how that process works. Because a lot of them just think it's rubber stamped, right? That's their assumption. But also too, when you talk about capital improvements, I see all these other cities that you service. I just don't like to see the burden of the rates on the backs of Norwalk's customers because of lack of infrastructure, lack of connectivity, or lack of import water to all these other cities. So I'm not sure if there's a transparency where you can actually see that it's the rates are spread equally across these cities and the infrastructure is being improved and the services. So I don't know if you can come back with some type of analysis, or is there something on a website that we can review?
So we tried to show you on that one slide the capital projects that are
For sure.
proposed in this application, specifically within the City of Norwalk.
Yeah, because I see there's a lot of remote places like Victorville, Yerma, and I don't know what the infrastructure is there.
So Yermo is part of our Apple Valley system. So Apple Valley is a separate company than here, and so they have their own separate rates.
Okay.
Well, this is just our rates are just Los Angeles County here.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Could we address one more thing, though, that Councilmember Ramirez said? Go ahead about the...
Just an encouragement for anyone that is a customer of Liberty to follow our social media, or to make sure that we have the email address on file, because our water efficiency department offers about once a month some classes. Some are in person, some are virtual. I know that we have partnered with the city very recently, and they're a great team. Karen and I just talked about that before. We're going to on one of the events in the next month. So always happy to do more and more partnerships to educate on water conservation. But I will say that we do have monthly options available as well.
Thank you. First question. Did this board, this council, vote to increase the rates for Liberty? The answer is no.
So the answer is no, but you were, as soon as we file our application, which was back in January, you were provided notice of that application, and you can, if you choose to, participate in the
But
the
we
process.
did not increase the rates. What I am saying
Neither do we.
we will get the phone calls.
The CPUC
Correct.
sets
So
the
we will
rates.
get the phone calls with the complaints of the rates being increased.
Yes.
I just want it to be known that this council did not find a magic Excel spreadsheet to say we need to increase the rates. I try to make that as clear as possible. We did not vote to increase the rates, this council here, for our residents here in the city of Norwalk. This is the first time that I have seen a report that has capital improvements actually happening here in the city of Norwalk. So I'm sure you understand and can hear our frustration that we are constantly, whether we're looking at a 10, 15, 20 year time period, seeing increases to rates, and the capital improvement projects aren't in our city. So that is something that we hear all the time, in a frustration as a payer of a utility, to say, I'm paying for somebody else's utilities to be fixed, but not mine. So I'm very glad to see that there is 5 projects, capital improvement projects, that are going to happen in the city of Norwalk, that are going to be, fulfilled through the increase that is proposed from the CPUC. What I am going to ask now is a partnership between our team and you. We need to advertise to all of our city residents and businesses, Levy, that these 2 meetings are happening. So we need to put on our social media that there is an in-person meeting at 2 o'clock in the middle of the day when people work. Not ideal, but there is also an option to have a virtual meeting at 6 o'clock. So our residents need to be informed that these 2 meetings are happening, and they have an opportunity to go and speak and hear and listen and be educated. The second thing that I'm going to ask, hold on one second. The second thing that I'm going to ask is, with those 5 projects, I would like to make sure that our team here has detailed information as to when those projects are going to start, how long they are going to last, what the end date is, and ultimately what is the impact to the residents around the area of those 5 projects. Because we have projects that are going on, I want to make sure that they coincide with what may be going on with you and your upgrades for capital improvements. But we then need to let our residents know that this is happening, because again, we're going to get the phone calls, not you. So I just ask that we educate, we inform, and we constantly update everything that is happening with this particular project.
So last month when we met with Mr. Gomez and also the city engineer, that's one of the things we were talking about, is the coordination and us being aware that there's a 5-year moratorium on street paving. So we have to coordinate our projects with the city. In terms of the public meetings, all of Liberty's customers have received notice in the mail, I think last week, of the meetings. And it's also, I'm sure, on social media and email.
But they're on your social media, not on ours.
And I'm happy to, if you guys want to send that via email, and you guys are more than welcome to reshare that.
The gentleman sitting right behind you, please share with him all that information.
Okay, no problem. I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I know when the city manager made me aware that we were going to have this is coming before us. One of the things that I specifically asked is that, and I'm glad Councilmember Perez mentioned it, is, we wanted to see what type of infrastructure improvements were going to be specific to the community. And although I see that you've shared that, that doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with the rate increase. I actually, if I had to vote, and if I could, it'd be no. I did receive the notice through my bill, and so, and I understand the importance of water. I truly do. But it's these increases do have a significant impact on not just our residential, but our business. That means everybody's cost is going up, potentially could, increase. And so, unfortunately, you're kind of the bearer of bad news. I would say this. I mean, not, it is what it is. But I think that the education part, we could definitely do more. So I do like the idea of sharing with our communications team to put the information out. I know all of us got the information in our bill. I know I, for one, pay a lot for water. And it's not like I have a big family living at home. It's just, I don't know. It's a mystery sometimes the way water works, right? But we all know that we have to. There's a cost associated with it. But how do we monitor that cost? How do we make sure that we are receiving the services that we need through water, because water is life, but also being aware of the balance that we have to maintain with that, cost to the public, our public here in the city of Norwalk. So that is a tough one. I do hope that those that the customers do participate, whether it's residential or business, that they actually do participate and make their voice known. I do like the idea of instead of seeing you during these, times when you have to come present about a potential increase in through Liberty Utilities, that you help us to educate the community, on why infrastructure is important, how water is delivered, how is it delivered, and it's healthy water, So I do hope that people take the opportunity to voice their concerns, because I know we've already heard it. They're not a fan of any increase, especially now in this day and age. It's just these times are difficult for a lot of people. So water conservation, all of that good stuff. Really, I think that it behooves you to really take that lead and educate the community, on all of that. What are besides the upcoming hearing, is there anything else that you'd like to make sure that our community is aware of?
I think it would, just to repeat, a lot of the water conservation, we have the year lined out on our website, so I can share that as well. So if you guys want to reshare on your social media, so residents can participate. We have something monthly. We'll be at the community event next month. Hope to see everybody there and answer any questions you might have, and looking forward to partnering on some more conservation workshops as well.
When was the last increase?
So the last rate increase, it happens every 3 years. So the last rate period was 2022. Unfortunately, the commission is often late in its deliberations, so I don't believe the actual rate increase happened until 2023. But it's every 3 years, so it was 22, 23, 24, and the cycle we're in before us now is 25, 26, 27.
So we saw an increase not too long ago. Why weren't some of these infrastructure improvements addressed at that time? Or were they different improvements, not specific to the city of Norwalk? I mean, what?
They were different improvements. We have over close to 300 miles of pipeline. And it takes, we said in this rate case, we're replacing approximately 8 miles. Yeah. So it's there's always a need for replacement of aging.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for coming to inform our residents. I really appreciate it. I wanted to have you come and present personally, so thank you. Appreciate it. So the last presentation, thank you for indulging in these informative presentations, is our Cal Home program. We have partnered with the Global Urban Strategies, and they assisted us in a grant program, $3 million total for first-time home buyers, and also some rehabilitation funding. And we wanted to provide you with an update because the program is ready to go live tomorrow. And so with that, we have Mr. Omar Hernandez, who will provide us with a quick presentation informational so that our residents can understand what the program is about.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and residents of the city of Norwalk. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on this. Just to give you a little bit of background, we were here about a year ago requesting approval from the council to go and submit this application on behalf of the city. Well, we were approved. We were actually, I think, number 2 in the state when we submitted this application. And we've been working really hard with members of your staff, Myra Garcia, Bethany Cardenas, Moises Mata, Alex Hamilton, of course, Mr. Jesus Gomez, to put everything together and get everything approved by the state in order for us to go and launch the program. So the CalHome program is for the city of Norwalk is three different programs. It's a first-time home buyers program for single family homes, single family homes, condos, and townhouses. The second one is for manufacturers' homes, if someone's looking to purchase those. And the third one is an owner-occupied rehabilitation program for manufactured homes. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this is the city was awarded $3 million. Based on this, the first-time home buyers has about 1.9. The manufactured home has about 437,000. The manufactured homes OR has 600,000 to fix some of these units. Altogether, we should be able to assist about 18 units altogether. Next, please. And this program is based on family size and family income. So based on the family size, a family of 4 can make up to $110,950 in order to qualify for the program. I'd like to say that the first-time home buyers for the residents is $200,000. So the city will be making $200,000 available to first-time home buyers who want and need to purchase properties here in the city of Norwalk. So that's very exciting, especially with the prices of homes right now. Next. Let me introduce to my right here is Cynthia Iniguez, who's actually running the program. And go ahead, you want to introduce her? And Daniela Espinoza, who are the ones that are actually going to be running the program. So when people go in and they do a request, they'll be the ones that are going to be calling people back and make sure that we have all the information that they need and walk them through the program, especially through the first-time home buyers program. It's really a troubling time for people, especially because they're first-time home buyers. They don't understand the process, so we go and make sure that we're there for them and walk them through the entire process. But as you can see, this loan is for up to $200,000 or 40% of the home value, the purchase price. The terms is for 30 years of deferred loan. That means it makes no payments, and it's a 3% simple interest. So the maximum you're going to pay for that loan is about $6,000 for over 30 years. There's nowhere else you can get a loan like that. And this is thanks to, once again, to your guiding us to make sure that we go and we submitted that application. You cannot have been an owner of a property for the last 3 years, and the maximum selling price is $725, and that's adjustable. And what I mean by that's adjustable, that's going to be based, like I said, on family size, family income. But we found that at about $725 is kind of like a sweet spot where people are able to go qualify for the program and also qualify for the prime loan. Next. So for the owner-occupied rehab, this is only for manufactured homes at this time. It is up to $100,000. It must be owner-occupied. It's a 20-year payable once again, simple interest loan. But after the 10th year, it races at a rate of 10%. So if you're there and you stay there over 20 years, you only pay the interest on that property. So only that 3% off. That's $3,000. So household income is also based on family size, family income. We are going to be working with your staff to go to the different manufactured homes, the different parks that you guys have in the area to make sure that the residents understand and know the program so we can walk them through this. So if they need any repairs, anything like that, we can go and help them. Next, please. Well, that concludes our presentation, but we wanted to make sure that we're here, make it available. We created a website. It is norwalkcalhome.com. It is going live tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
There was one of the slides that I wanted to get to, the one that has the low income and the qualifications. Can we go back to that? That one.
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to take a picture of it because I think it's good information. I mean, I want to look into norwalkcalhome.com, and then that will have this in it as well.
It'll have all the information in regards to the program. It'll go. You can go once you go in there. You're going to be able to go and figure out which program you want to go into. Once you put your information into the system, it'll generate an automatically generated email both to the resident and to us, letting us know that someone has contacted us. We will then contact them and ensure that they have all the information that they need and help them out with the application process.
The only thing that I have, I just want to confirm that this link will also be on our website.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. This is a great program. Very exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo that because I know we've been talking about this for many years as far as how do we help, first time ownership buyers. And so I'm glad to see this because like I said, it's been a talk and something that I think, we definitely agreed on because it's important. For us in the city, we want people to come and lay down roots in the city. And a lot of that happens through first time investment, the biggest investment, a home. So very exciting. Thank you.
Just so you know, there's going to be another funding cycle for this. So hopefully now that we've got everything into the state and we got everything approved already,
do it.
It's going to be easier for us to go ahead and submit
Thank you.
the application.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh, yes.
Now, I wasn't clear. Does someone have to find a home and then apply, or can they just be looking and apply?
So we would want people to go ahead and start the process with us first, so that way they know how much home they actually are able to purchase. Remember, if they buy a home if they find a home that's worth $725,000, they only have to qualify for a loan that's $525,000. So not the $725,000 because we're providing that $200,000 loan. Well, the city is. I'm sorry. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Omar, thank you. And I think this is a program that the council has been speaking about. And so this is the first step of, first-time homebuyer ownership for our residents and specifically to Norwalk. And so the grant was provided to Norwalk. So if there are additional funding cycles, we've talked about, being applicants once again. So it's a competitive grant as well. So Omar has been successful in many cities, and we're glad that we can partner with him to provide us with this type of funding.
Yes. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know we started this conversation back, in like 2018. And at the time, the council was a little bit different. But one of the comments I remember when I was advocating for this was, well, it's not the council's responsibility to get a person into a home. I'm like, that is so short-sighted, And so, I'm glad that we are leaders that have a vision. Thank you.
Great. Our next item would be the Independence Day Festival video recap for 2024. And with that, you're going to see how much fun.
What's up, Norwalk?
Well, happy Independence Day, Norwalk. We're here on Tuesday, July 2nd, a little bit early celebrating Independence Day, but we're excited. We have the whole community. We're excited to be here. We have a lot of food vendors, activities, and we have our phenomenal fireworks show at 9 p.m. So excited for the Norwalk community to be here. Happy 4th of July, everyone.
Today we had amazing food trucks, as you can see our lines. We also have over 20 vendors and community groups here giving out information. We also have the kids zone area where we have inflatables for the kids to participate all night long. We also have free photo booth if you go ahead and get it sent over to you. And then last but not least, on our stage we have Bruno Mars and the Hooligans.
You are going to see one of the most amazing firework displays here in the city of Norwalk. 3, 2, 1.
As you remember, it was well attended. 0 room for our lawn. So great turnout. Our next and last video would be the bi-weekly review video for our city and city events.
On June 19th, the Norwalk Department of Public Safety Cadet Program recognized the hard work and commitment of 4 cadets. The graduates completed 14 weeks of training with the Sheriff's Explorer Academy, which consisted of various scenarios, drills, and classroom work. Congratulations, cadets! The following day, the Norwalk Public Safety Department held Coffee with a Cop at the Starbucks on Pioneer Boulevard. Fellow officers were given the chance to speak with residents and even serve drinks. Be sure to join us for the next event. On Tuesday the 25th, the City of Norwalk held a ribbon-cutting event to welcome the Seafood Casual Kitchen, California Fish Grill. This healthy and delicious eatery is located in the Fitness Village on Imperial Highway and Bloomfield Avenue. That following Friday, the Norwalk Senior Center hosted the Aging and Disabilities Department's Access to Technology Tablet Giveaway. Seniors were given tablets loaded with features they can use and enjoy daily. On Wednesday, July 10th, the Recreation and Park Services Department kicked off the summer concert series with Mirage, a Fleetwood Mac tribute band. Join us in the Civic Center lawn every Wednesday until August 14th for more live music fun. The city hosted a Raising the Roof ceremony for the soon-to-be opened Raising Cane's on Imperial Highway and Studebaker. Stay tuned for its grand opening date.
And that concludes the city manager comments. And next we'll have the presentation for administration. And if I can have the, there we go. So in administration, we provide direct support to mayor, vice mayor, and council members. We also, in administration, provide direct staff support to the city manager. Under the direction of the city manager, the administration department oversees the general operation of all city departments. Following is an org chart. We have staff, management analyst, we have the IT manager, we have senior executive assistant staff in conjunction with the deputy city manager. And we also have the directors who report directly to the deputy city manager and myself. And with that, we provide direction to the city operations. The city manager is the administrative head of the city government of the city, appointed by the city council. Under its direction, the city manager is responsible for the efficient administration of all of the affairs of the city under their control. The city manager's responsibilities include carrying out city council's vision via policies, rules, regulations, and ordinances. Also prepare and coordinate items and activities for the city council meetings. Oversee preparation of the budget and expenditures and any other powers listed in the municipal code. Also responsible for the organization of and hiring city employees. Provide direction to city departments, and also provide vision and strategic planning to the city council. Administration also provides support and leadership on special projects that span multiple departments. Also responsible for the city's legislative presence, monitoring what is happening in Sacramento and DC, and making sure that Norwalk's voice is heard. And that we have become a leader amongst the LA County cities. We also are responsible for a variety of support functions, including special projects as directed by the city manager. And we also assist city departments in completion of special projects and provide staff support to the Fiscal Ad Hoc Committee and Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee. Also under administration is MIS, responsible for managing the city's phone system and computer network. We just invested over $2 million in upgrading our network, and that has been complete. And now we're in the middle of changing over or upgrading our phone system for all departments. MIS provides service and solution support to all city departments and provides training to strengthen the city's protection against cyber threats. That concludes the responsibilities for administration. And as always, other duties as assigned is always listed as well. Next, we have a video that our team has put together, and we want to be able to provide that to you and our residents. With that, here we go. Welcome to administration, where the city council, city manager, and deputy city manager provides the direction for the city of Norwalk. Our staff here in administration provides direct assistance to our city council so that they can operate on a daily basis. They help us with our calendars, they help us with our mail, they help us with all of the daily operations for us to be successful. We also provide the vision for the city, meaning we invest in opportunities that we may be able to bring to the community. My goal has always been to be available for the daily operations within each of the departments, to be able to provide answers to their questions and resolutions to what they're looking for. I'm passionate about Norwalk because not only did I go to high school here, I went to Cerritos College. This is my hometown, and we are going to be a continued leader in Southern California. We welcome you to come and experience Norwalk. And that concludes our department's video.
Thank you so much, Jesus. Again, another great opportunity to see all that happens behind the scenes and all the great work. I do want to publicly acknowledge Peggy. You know, she manages and oversees a lot of the work that the council, she helps us with our emails, our mail, just everything really. So Peggy, thank you, Peggy. Please thank her on our behalf, Jesus, and also Margie, who helps. And Svet, also there. So we keep the ladies pretty busy, but we really appreciate them. So please tell them thank you on our behalf. Okay, we will now move into the consent calendar. Items 1 through 11.
Move it.
Second.
Before we move forward, I do have a question on item number 8, only because I believe, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe that it pertains to the signage that's discussed later in the public hearing section. So can you just clarify that piece for me, Jesus? I'm not sure why it's in the consent calendar if it's later in the public hearing.
Yes, so Terra Realty has been an advisor to the city. They were advisor to us on the digital board that's currently off of the 605 in Firestone that they help us structure the agreement and also provided us with guidance in terms of the construction of the actual sign. So they are helping us, assisting us with the DoubleTree potential digital board.
Right. I guess I was just a little perplexed because I know that the digital sign for the DoubleTree is later in the public hearing section, but this comes before us during the consent calendar. So we haven't really decided on anything in the public hearing, but we're already seeing this item here.
We don't spend money if you don't approve it.
I'm sorry, say again?
We will not spend any money if you don't approve it. If you don't approve the 11 or 13, 14, and 15, we won't spend any money.
No, I get that. My question is how it came before the public hearing part of the agenda that discusses specifically the signage for the DoubleTree. That's my question. Was it just an oversight that it's in the consent?
No. It's intentional. It's intentional. It's a contract with the advisor.
Right. But we haven't approved the project, is what I'm saying.
What's that?
It comes to us later in the agenda during the public hearing.
No.
So
can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Terra Realty Advisors, they assist us with all digital billboards in the city of Norwalk, not just, and we have others that we currently have in the city.
Right.
So their contract is for all of them, not just one.
Okay.
So we still need them to do business with us for the other billboards. That's what I believe this is about.
Okay. So the additional funding requested, does it pertain to a particular sign or is it just in general?
In general.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I saw a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Perez.
Aye.
Ramirez. Valencia.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ayala.
Aye.
Mayor Rios.
Aye. Thank you. Appointments, item number 12. Council, do we have any advisory body appointments this evening? Okay. Councilmember Valencia.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to appoint Ms., I'm looking at my pictures here, Ms. Evelyn Nuno. I believe her, we have an application for her on file, and you've seen the applications in the past. Teresa, do we have her application?
I'm sorry, I don't know offhand, but I can certainly check that tomorrow in the office.
Yeah. So did you get it? Was it emailed to you? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Evelyn Nuno has been a commissioner in the past for the city of Norwalk, and I'd like to appoint her to my planning commission. And I'd like to say a few words about her, if I can get a second. Second it. Can you second it?
Yeah.
It's there? Okay. I know I got it emailed, and it is on file, and we have hers on file.
Well, then definitely if you've received it by email, then we have it, because it would have come from Sandy in my office.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so you did get it, and I received it by email.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may, I have a few words about her.
Sure.
Okay.
Roll call first, or
I don't know. What do we do?
want to do roll call first before you share?
I can do whatever you'd like me to do. Okay. Councilmembers Perez.
Aye.
Ramirez and Valencia.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ayala.
Aye.
Mayor Rios.
Aye. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to say a few words about Miss Evelyn Nuño, who could not be here. She's very sorry she couldn't be here tonight with us. She's up in Oakland in her other capacity. She is a dedicated public servant with extensive experience in state and local government. She currently serves as a board specialist at the State Board of Environmental Safety. So I think that information will be an asset to the Planning Commission. With a background in English and political science from UC Davis, Evelyn has helped champion informational initiatives, community engagement, and policy implementation throughout her career. Her commitment to public service is further exemplified by her role as former vice chair of the Norwalk Social Service Commission. She was my commissioner. She and her family have been living proudly in Norwalk since 2001. And I'm very happy that she accepted this request for her to be on the Planning Commission. And I look forward to the great work that she is going to provide to our city once again in that capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations to Evelyn. Now, moving on to the public hearing, items 13, 14, and 15. The city attorney has indicated the public hearing may be combined for items 13, 14, and 15. At this point, I will open up the public hearing. City Clerk, public notice report.
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council. Notice of these items were posted on July 3rd at the city's 3 official sites and on the website, and published on July 5th in the city's adjudicated newspaper. As of earlier this afternoon, we had received 97 communications in regards to this, in regards to these items, and they were opposed to these items. In brief, they were stating that there's a housing shortage, developers may request amendments to a specific plan, there's no lack of hotels, there is no need for an additional billboard, there is a hotel being proposed as part of the Norwalk Transit Village Plan, the inability to ensure the hotel development serves the community's best interest. So those are generally the comments that were received. Some of those emails, I believe I saw some speaker cards from some individuals, so they'll also be speaking this evening. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Jesus?
Yes, Mayor, we have Alex Hamilton who will present.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. If we could pull up the presentation that reflects the combined presentation. Although these are public hearing items that you'll have to take separate action on and vote as a separate motion for each one. Just want to touch on, and I'll be brief on this, but it's important. I think, as Ken Hira from Cosmont touched on earlier tonight, the city has very few tools available to affect positive change in the built environment. One of those tools, though, is zoning. It's a very powerful tool. So what's before you tonight are a series, the first one is an amendment to a 35-year-old specific plan, which has yielded really good positive results over the years, but needs to be updated to be in touch with the market conditions and community values. The subsequent items also represent the introduction of a sign district, which is a powerful zoning tool which allows for, in certain areas that are geographically special due to building constraints, topographical issues. As you know, as Jesus touched on, we have freeways that bisect the city, go through the city, some of which are not at grade, some are above grade, some are somewhat below grade. It creates some unique issues with properties in and around those freeways. So the sign district is another tool. So I just want to give you an overview of the 3 items before you tonight. The last one is if you approve the creation of the sign district, would be the first reading of the ordinance. The sign district number 1 would be the first sign district that we're proposing. And again, I have information I'll go into in the presentation, but the sign district number 1 captures the Civic Center area, including the walk, which is a pivotal project here in the city, and would afford some real flexibility in terms of signage, innovative and creative signage to really place make here in Norwalk. So these are incredibly powerful tools that we're recommending that they be used should you choose to adopt them. So the items before you, the first one is item 13 is really the amendment of specific area 1. It is ordinance number 24-1747, zoning text amendment 220401. And then the item, so if we can go into 13 first for some background on that. As I said, specific plan area number 1 is a 35-year-old specific plan. And the amendment proposed by staff really just updates the specific plan to address potential future uses. Next slide, please. So my eyes are really bad. So, but what we're trying to do, originally the specific plan was created or adopted in 1987. And it established land use policies and regulations and development standards and criteria to support really the first mixed-use project, certainly in Norwalk and probably in a region as a whole. So mixed use is a term you're all familiar with, but the city really was on the map in 1987 when it adopted this specific plan number 1, much of which has been realized. In fact, the Sycamore Village condos, that was the housing element or the housing portion of the mixed use. And that was one of the first projects built along with the hotel. So it also envisioned a hotel, office development, and complementary commercial uses. Next slide, please. So this is a boundary of the specific plan number 1 area, which we're not proposing a change to. We're simply proposing updates to that. Next slide. So to be clear on this text amendment, it's simply that. It would potentially allow up to 2 hotels, the existing hotel and a new hotel. But I want to emphasize that a new hotel in the specific plan area, should you adopt this text amendment tonight, would still be subject to a separate review process by the Planning Commission in the form of a conditional use permit and a precise development plan. So that's in the future. We're not proposing a hotel use tonight. This is simply the enabling mechanism to update a plan that, as I said, is very old, relatively speaking, certainly when it comes to zoning. Also, we would expand the allowable use list to include billboards, arcades, and similar uses, and then we would update the list of prohibited uses to remove outdated uses. Next slide, please. Again, it's a minor text amendment to include also some wayfinding and directional signage, and in some cases, simplify and streamline the entitlement process for certain projects in the specific plan area. Next slide. So at the Planning Commission meeting of June 26th of this year, the Planning Commission recommended to Council by a 4-0 vote, unanimous vote, that you consider this text amendment for adoption. There were a number of public comments at that meeting, both in person and in writing and in email, many of which we've attached to the Planning Commission staff report and correspondence that's in your package. Some of the public comments emphasize the exclusion of the hotel and also challenged our CEQA exemption, which staff has reviewed those comments and still believes that the CEQA exemption set forth in your report is still the appropriate exemption because this is simply enabling legislation. There's no project that we're asking you to approve tonight. One of the other set of comments was the lack of consideration for alternative uses at the site, as well as the ongoing challenge of affordable housing. Next slide, please. At this point, staff would recommend, well, as I indicated, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the council adopt the ordinance. Next slide, please. And Our recommendation is introduced by title only ordinance number 24-1747, an ordinance of the City of Norwalk setting forth its findings of fact and decision approving zoning text amendment 2024-01 and schedule for adoption. This concludes my presentation on this specific item. The next item before you pertains to the creation of its item 14, ordinance number 24-1748 and zoning text amendment number 2024-02. Next slide, please. So the creation of a sign district, as I said, this is another powerful tool proposed by staff. And as a brief overview on the sign district, it would include areas within specific plan area number 1, also the specific plan area 16, which was recently adopted by the council for the walk project. Also mixed use, commercial, institutional, and public facility overlay zone districts. So the key here is we're establishing a sign district, putting it on the books, as they say. So we have to have some generalized development standards that would apply in subsequent actions should you consider for future sign districts. The recommendation is that a sign district meet these standards that are set forth above, including that they be a minimum land area of 5 acres. Parcels need to be contiguous. They can be separated by a railroad or a public street. And existing uses to qualify shall be one or more of the following: vehicle sales and leases, new and general use, hotels and motels with 100 rooms or more, or a retail tenant with a minimum area of 10,000 square feet. And then sign design guidelines will be reviewed when a special sign district request is received. Again, this is an overview of the suggested development standards for the creation of the sign district. Next slide. So the zoning text amendment before you, 2024-02, defines the purpose of the special sign district, establishes a review process for the creation of the sign district, clarifies the appropriate review authority, and sets the minimum requirements to create a special sign district, as I touched on in the previous slide. Next slide. So the request before you would amend Title 17 to establish a review process for a special sign district. The CEQA consideration on this action is that you would consider and find this project to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061B3 under the common sense exemption of the California Code of Regulations. And this project is a city-initiated project. Next slide. As I indicated before, although this is a separate action, on June 26th, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 2403 and recommended that the City Council consider for adoption this text amendment 24-02 and make the appropriate CEQA findings for exemption. Next slide. We recommend that you introduce by title only ordinance number 24-1748, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norwalk amending Title 17, the zoning, Chapter 17.02, approval procedures, Article 1, procedures, hearing notices, and Article 5, discretionary approval and permits of the Norwalk Municipal Code, allowing for the creation of special sign districts and schedule for adoption. Next slide. So the last item before you is item 15, which is ordinance number 24-1749 and zone change 24-01 and ordinance number 24-1750, zoning text amendment number 2403. Next slide, please. This one is, if you adopt the preceding ordinance to create the sign district mechanism, this would be our first sign district. This is sign district number 1. And so zone change 2401 and zoning text amendment 2403 would establish special sign district number 1, make the findings that this action is subject to the same exemption, which is pursuant to sections 15 061B3, the common sense exemption, and also section 15311, accessory structures of the California Code of Regulations. And this is dependent on the approval of zoning text amendment 24-02. Next slide. So really quickly, here's an overview of the proposed sign district number 1. As I mentioned, you adopted in 2023 the specific plan number 16 called SPA 16. And so the sign district, and I'll have a better map that shows the specific boundaries, would include the new SPA 16, the Civic Center area, as well as portions of SPA 1. Also, the institutional uses are shown in gray. Next slide. So one of the key tools that would be available to the Planning Commission and City Council should you elect to adopt this amendment is that it would allow for the existing Outback sign, which is a pylon sign, freestanding sign that I'm sure you're all familiar with and has grown a little tired over the years, to be freshened up in this new sign district. It would, the current height of that sign is 70 feet. Again, to be clear, we're not proposing a new sign tonight. This is simply a mechanism to allow for future consideration. Next slide, please. And this is the boundary of the proposed, the new sign district number 1. And next slide. So an overview of the development standards, it would allow one static, freestanding, freeway-oriented sign up to 100 feet tall, subject to future review and consideration. The proposed sign may be illuminated or non-illuminated, may have a maximum width of 30 feet, and may have a maximum number of 6 sign panels for up to 6 tenants. This concept was developed in conjunction with working with the city manager's office, with Scott Sheldon from Terra Realty. Our partners at Prime Store have obviously had some really good feedback on that. So more to come on that new sign when it comes before the Planning Commission, and we'll of course keep you in the loop on that. Next steps. So as I indicated before, on June 26th, the Planning Commission adopted by a 4-0 vote resolution number 2404, setting forth its recommendation to you, the City Council, for zone change number 2402 and resolution number 2405, and its recommendation of approval to the City Council that you approve zoning text amendment 2403 and find that both projects are categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3. Next slide. So in short, staff, there's a lot of reading here because of the technicality of the ordinances. We do recommend that you introduce by title only ordinance number 24-1749, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norwalk approving zone change number 2402, establishing special sign district number 1, SD1 overlay, and schedule for adoption, and introduced by title only ordinance number 24-1750, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norwalk approving zoning text amendment for number 2403 to establish the development standards for the special sign district number 1 overlay, and amending Title 17 zoning of the Norwalk Municipal Code and schedule for adoption. One other thing about the sign district is that it functions as an overlay district, which means the base zoning stays in place. Nothing changes with that. The overlay simply gives the city more tools to use to address the unique aspects of this area as it relates to signage. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Oh, and then lastly, I mean, there was a slide before that I did want to cover, if you could pull that last one up. So to be clear on the SPA 1 amendment, that was my first presentation. As I said before, a second hotel would require a conditional use permit and a precise development plan and would be processed through the normal entitlement process. A billboard would require a sign use permit and would be processed with the entitlement process. And any restaurant with alcohol would require a conditional use permit and be processed through the entitlement processes. So the SPA 1 amendments are truly minor in nature, and really it's a tune-up for the specific plan to make it more in tune with the market conditions. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask the city attorney to explain the procedures for testimony for this particular public hearing item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Comments for items 13, 14, and 15 will be heard in the following order: those in favor, then those in opposition, and then the city staff can rebut any comments in opposition. So again, any comments for 13, 14, and 15 will be heard now, and those in favor, then those in opposition, and then rebuttal by city staff.
Okay, thank you. I will begin by asking if the applicant is here. No?
Madam Mayor, the city is the applicant.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. We're all present. Okay, so is there any persons in favor of the matter wishing to speak now during the public hearing section? Okay. Looks like I do have some cards here before me for those that have indicated they're opposed. Those individuals wishing to speak will have 3 minutes each. And the first speaker I will call to come forward to the podium is Jordan. I'm not sure what the last name is. S-I-J-J-O-Y? I'm not sure of that. Jordan? Oh. Hi. Oh, that's an SS. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable City Council members. Jordan Sisson, I'm a land use attorney representing Local 11, who has many members here that have had a very long day and waited to make comments. Can I go after them to allow them and their families to get back home earlier? Is that possible?
I'd actually like to keep the order that I'm starting with here, so you're first.
Okie dokie. First, thank you for hearing this tonight. I want to start off to say I understand and acknowledge economic development is very important, but so too is proper process. Part of that proper process is ensuring that you, the City Council, maximize your discretion and consider important projects with full knowledge of the impacts of those decisions. Part of that is including all important entitlements, your specific plan amendments, your CUPs, and your development precise plan approvals after a CEQA review has been properly done. This has been the city's pattern and practice with the Norwalk Transit Village, as well as what you heard earlier with the Civic Center. You guys acted on those after the CEQA review. Unfortunately, that has not happened here, and that's why we're respectfully asking you to deny the items requested tonight for items 13, 14, and 15. In my very limited time, I want to highlight that our concerns were raised in the attachment 4 of staff report action item 13, which was in your staff report. Unfortunately, staff report that was released for tonight does not really address those concerns. These were raised and elaborated in our supplemental comments submitted in hard copies before all of you. In my minute and 22, I want to just highlight a couple of key points in there. One, the staff report doesn't address the high burden that the city has using a common sense exemption. That's only used when there's clearly no possibility of environmental impacts. That's a very high bar and easily defeated under CEQA. That includes substantial evidence of potential impacts to air quality, noise impacts, construction and operational noise impacts, as well as greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. We raised these arguments in our Planning Commission 7-page letter. It wasn't addressed in the staff report. These were further substantiated through 3 expert comment letters submitted earlier today. Now, again, I provided some of those to you. Those experts include Exhibit A, which includes an air quality analysis and greenhouse gas analysis based on an actual model that suggests that just a 100-room hotel could have air quality impacts. Exhibit B shows what a 121-room hotel would look like, right adjacent to neighbors. That would have construction as well as operational noise impacts. And last, in my last 15 seconds, I want to raise the issue that CEQA requires you to look at all foreseeable developments. Here, the city has on file a new 5-story, 121-room hotel with new digital billboard. That was cited in the city's document earlier this year. It's reasonably foreseeable. Respectfully, please deny the project actions, the actions being requested tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Next speaker, Jesse Flores.
All right. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Jesse Flores. Speaking for myself today. However, I'm also a member of the local nonprofit Norwalk Unidas and a longtime resident, as some of you all already know. I'm here because I don't understand why we are focusing so much on changing the law to allow for an additional hotel rather than on measures to build more housing, especially affordable housing. I do appreciate the progress and efforts that Norwalk has made on just building housing, and that there are some projects in the pipeline, but the need for affordable housing far outweighs what projects are in the pipeline. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, 4,925 households are rent burdened and are housing insecure. And 4,925. The staff report for today cites the WALK, the development project, and the Veteran Affordable Housing Development Project as sources of housing. But with only 15% of the WALK development project is going to have affordable units, so that's approximately 54 units, and the Veteran Affordable Housing will have approximately 60 units. And so really altogether, how does that compare to 4,925 households that are rent burdened? And so we need, with this big number, we really do need more affordable housing. And especially, for different types of folks, like working families, like those here who are here today. And I simply don't understand why we are suddenly focusing on changing the law to allow for an additional hotel. We should look at these issues more holistically and not rush to make these changes. Current law already allows developers to seek specific plan amendments, which give the city council the ability to decide whether specific proposed uses are the right ones for the area and the city. So please stick with the city's president and deny these amendments.
Thank you, Jesse. Next speaker, Maria Macias.
I will go ahead and press the arrow again. Go ahead and press the arrow.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Councilman members. My name is Myra Macias. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I oppose items 13 through 15. I feel the City Council has not studied the environmental impacts these changes enough. You folks have not studied them enough. I was a resident of Norwalk for 55 years. I went through my elementary and Gold Lancers. 55 years is a long time in a city. I love Norwalk. My daughters live here. My grandson's being raised here in Norwalk. and I feel our community deserves to know the impacts regarding potential noise, air quality, traffic, and greenhouse gas emissions impacts before we decide whether these changes are right for Norwalk. Please do not support these amendments. Thank you so much for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Myra. Paloma Sanchez.
Hi, I'm a little short for this. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rios and members of City Council. I know it's been a long night, so I'll make it short for you. My name is Paloma Sanchez. I am a Norwalk resident and have grown up here my entire life. And I wouldn't change that at all. However, recently our city is planning for major developments, including near here at the Entertainment District. Although creating businesses are important, one important factor that comes to mind to me is the city of Norwalk's core value, which is community. Generations upon generations of family set roots here. As a single mother, I wish to see the city focus on those core values, which are potential affordable housing, possibly a park, or even creating a women's shelter, something that I wish was a little bit more available to me at the time. And not to make it easier for billboards or businesses or hotels. So I think these are things that should be prioritized. So please do not make these unnecessary changes, especially without evaluating the environmental impacts. And please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Paloma. Cristina Sanchez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Cristina Sanchez, political organizer, proud member of Unite Here Local 11, and also a Norwalk resident for 20 plus years now. My family and I moved over here to Norwalk over 25 years ago now. We bought our first house here. I raised my eldest here. I moved away for a few months to LA, thinking it would be closer to work. But then I decided with my husband that it would be best for us to purchase a house here in Norwalk and, raise our daughters here. I have my 3 little ones in the back. I really believe that Norwalk and the people that represent us really care for their constituents. I know that you guys are trying to grow right now and do the best for us, but I really think that the community deserves to know the impacts regarding potential noise, air quality, traffic, and green gas emission impacts. Before we decide whether these changes are right for Norwalk, please do not support this amendment. Thank you for your time. And once again, please, take the time, study the project before you decide to say yes to anything, because we are the ones that are going to be, affected by this. So once again, thank you so much for your time, and hopefully you guys could reconsider and vote no on this project.
Thank you, Cristina. Stephanie Castañeda.
That's the first time my name's been said correctly, so thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rios and members of the Norwalk City Council. My name is Stephanie Castañeda, and I'm a political organizer with Unite Here Local 11. Local 11 represents over 32,000 hospitality workers in our region's hotels, airports, stadiums, and convention centers, including 200 of whom reside in the city of Norwalk. As you know, we believe the specific Plan Number 1 amendments being considered here today are unnecessary and limit the ability of the city to do what is best for Norwalk and retain the appropriate amount of discretion in deciding whether and under what conditions hotel, billboard, and entertainment development should be approved in Norwalk. We also believe that the environment impacts under CEQA have not been sufficiently studied. The proposed amendment allows an additional hotel and a variety of entertainment uses, but does not study the environment impacts of such a hotel, including noise, air quality, and greenhouse gas emissions. It is reasonable to expect that a hotel will have air quality and noise impacts due to construction, which may impact sensitive uses like the residents on the other side of Sycamore Drive in Sycamore Village, and these impacts should be analyzed. Additionally, the hotel may increase vehicle miles traveled as employees and guests travel to the hotel, which affects air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. The hotel may also include a greater demand for housing, particularly affordable housing, by those employees working at the hotel that may affect the city's jobs and housing balance. These are common issues that should be subject to an in-depth CEQA analysis. And as evidenced by the city's Norwalk Transit Village, which anticipated an 150-key hotel and therefore performed a CEQA analysis, none of this type of analysis is provided in the staff report to the city on these specific plan amendments. Third, the proposed new entertainment uses allowed in the area in addition to hotels are often considered regional serving development that, unlike local serving retail uses, typically lead to longer trips and greater VMTs that warrant consideration. According to numerous public agencies like the Office of Planning and Research, these VMTs are associated and associated mobile emissions affect air qualities and GHGs, which again have not been sufficiently analyzed or considered by the staff report. Please do not move forward without an appropriate environmental analysis of the proposed zoning changes. Nearly 100 Norwalk voters weighed in and have also sent in letters to the council on this matter. Collectively, we respectfully urge you to vote no on this item. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Guadalupe Figueroa.
Buenas noches, honorable alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Figueroa y soy un miembro orgulloso del local 11. Les incito a rechazar la enmienda al plan específico número 1, que permitiría más desarrollo hotelero y carteles públicos. El enfoque de la ciudad no debería estar en expandir los desarrollos de hoteles y carteles publicitarios. Según las leyes actuales, los promotores ya pueden solicitar modificaciones para proyectos hoteleros. Por ejemplo, el proyecto que transita la villa donde se está considerando un plan específico que incluye un hotel, esto demuestra que ya existen vías para el desarrollo hotelero sin cambiar el plan existente. En conclusión, modificar el plan específico número 1 para acomodar hoteles, carteles publicitarios adicionales es innecesario. Resta valorar a otras necesidades urgentes de la comunidad. Por favor, voten no a esta enmienda innecesaria. Gracias.
Yes. Okay. You have about a minute. You have 1 minute, please.
Hey again.
So
I'm
Ms.
sorry, before we start.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, before we start, over here. Madam Mayor, she actually has the whole 3 minutes allotted. She is translating.
Oh, okay, thank you for that correction.
Thank you. As Ms. Guadalupe was saying, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Guadalupe Figueroa. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. I urge you to reject the amendment to specific plan number 1 that would allow for more hotel development and a billboard. The city's focus should not be on expanding hotel and billboard developments. Under current laws, developers already can request amendments for hotel projects. A case in point in the Transit Village project, where a specific plan including a hotel is under consideration. This demonstrates that there are already pathways for hotel development without changing the existing plan. In conclusion, amending specific plan number 1 to accommodate an additional hotel and billboard is unnecessary and detracts from other urgent community needs. Please vote no on these unnecessary amendments. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for translating, Estefany. Next speaker is Yulissa Figueroa.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council Member. My name is Yulissa Figueroa. I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 11 and a Norwalk resident. I strongly oppose the proposal to amend specific plan area 1 to allow for additional hotel development under existing laws. Hotel developers already can request specific plan amendments for their projects, provided they offer compelling reasons. For instance, Norwalk is already currently reviewing a specific plan and development agreement for a hotel elsewhere in the city. This proposal to amend the specific plan unnecessarily restricts the city's ability to ensure that a future hotel development in this area truly serves our community best interest. Please vote no on these unnecessary amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulissa. Marcela Arevalo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rios and members of the City Council. My name is Marcela Arevalo. I am a former resident of the City of Norwalk. I raised 2 of my children here. One of them worked at the Panda, that's here, and she also had a second job at the Cerritos makeup for Mac. So she had 2 jobs, and she wanted to move out and have her own place to live. So that was her focus. And like I said, they grew up here, they graduated from here, and they were trying to find their place here in the city of Norwalk. I see the proposed specific plan amendment as unnecessary and not wise, rather than making these changes. In general, why not wait for the developer to come up with a proposal and specific of what a hotel, billboard, or outside entertainment uses they want, an environmental study that shows how the community will be protected from the impacts. There's no reason to rush forward without a specific proposal disclosed to the community. We hope that you will listen to our voices. Please vote no on these unnecessary changes. And as a former resident of the city of Norwalk, I would like to come back because I didn't feel like I wanted to move out. And as now I'm in the city of West Covina, but I keep coming back here because this is where my parents grew up, raised us. This is where my sister lives with her kids. And this is where I think my grandson should come and be a part of the city of Norwalk like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcela. And you are always welcome in the city of Norwalk. Next speaker, Florentina Torres. And I understand someone will be translating for Ms. Torres. Okay, thank you for that. City Clerk, are there any other cards for the public hearing items? That was my final card.
No, Mayor, that's the only cards I have.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will then be closing the public hearing as there will be no further testimony, and I will now return for city council
Madam Mayor,
discussion.
sorry to interrupt, City
Yes.
Attorney. We forgot to give staff an opportunity to rebut as the applicant. So can we unclose the public hearing?
Okay, very
Reopen the
good.
public hearing.
Very good. Does the applicant have a rebuttal to the opposition?
Yes, Mayor
I know,
and
staff,
Council, and I'll be brief. As I said earlier, to be very clear, any projects contemplated under these, the text amendment or the creation of the new sign district and sign district mechanism in District Number 1 would require discretionary review and action by the Planning Commission and the City Council, depending on the type of application. If we had a project before you tonight to analyze, we would analyze it. So any project that comes to the Planning Commission as a subsequent action of this amendment would be required to separate CEQA review, which would look at those very things that the community is pointing out: greenhouse gases, VMT analysis, traffic, noise. So I wanted to be very clear on that. As it relates to affordable housing, you all know the challenges of affordable housing in Southern California. Just to give you a point of reference, and we can always come back and have the discussion, but I know that you went through this when you certified the 6-cycle housing element just recently. But the City of Norwalk's regional housing needs assessment number is about, I want to say, 5,000. It's a big number. But you also know that there are various strategies for chipping away at that number. And also the average the average home price in Norwalk is in excess of $700,000. So the reality of the affordable housing challenge here, the crisis, is a statewide crisis, not just the Norwalk crisis. So with the projects that you're looking at in the future, what you're considering, you're doing, I think, your fair share to address affordable housing in a variety of ways. What you saw tonight before you was the launch of the Cal Home program, which is a first-time home buyers program, and a rehabilitation program. Those are key programs that will help the council and the community to get to a better level of affordability. I also wanted to indicate that, again, any projects that would come before you would be subject, or before you as the City Council or the Planning Commission, would require separate CEQA review and analysis. And lastly, I just want to touch on as it relates to the comments about the hotel. As you heard from Mr. Hira this evening from Cosmont, the market is out there for the hotel sector. It's a regional demand. It's not just local to Norwalk. But again, any of those projects that would come would be subject to their separate CEQA review and analysis. This is my rebuttal to the comments that I heard, which I do appreciate the feedback, but we do believe that we've addressed these and do recommend adoption of the said motions. Thank you.
Okay, so I do want to thank everyone for their patience and for their comments during the public hearing. I will defer to our city attorney just for guidance, so I get this right. What is our next?
You can close the public hearing and then bring it back to the council for consideration, one ordinance at a time.
Okay. Okay. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion, questions, or comments. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I'd like to move item number 13.
I'll second.
Well, before that, okay.
That's
double
ordinance
tree.
number 24-1747.
That's the double tree.
And it's for zoning text amendment 2024-01.
Yeah, that one.
If no one else, go ahead,
Well,
Councilmember Ramirez.
I have a comment real quick. I know there's a lot of information to digest, and staff has done a great job of introducing that to us, as well as the attorney for the opposition submitted a pretty good, intense packet outlining a lot of the information, which was also very helpful. Is there there's some things that I agree with and some things I don't agree with. like the sign, what would you call it again? I'm sorry.
Overlay.
Sorry?
Overlay.
Yeah, the sign
Sign,
overlay,
yes.
right? I think it's not an issue for me. I get it. My thing is on this text amendment, and I know you said it was outdated. It's like 36 years old, but what would be the urgency of approving it when there hasn't been active interest in building a hotel on that site currently? I know there has been some potential on another pad on that same area, but we're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to approving a project unless it's already it's like you said, if it's not here, what's the urgency? The market's going to entice those developers to bring that project to us when the time is right. But I get where it has to go through still have to do a CUP, still has to do a CEQA through the Planning Commission. And so why couldn't we wait until that happens? What's the urgency?
Sure. So if I may respond, Councilmember Ramirez, one of the tools that the City Council has is zoning. If it's zoned correctly, they're more likely to come. That's the advantage. The heart of Norwalk is a good example. We're taking on that specific plan as the heart of Norwalk because we want to be able to attract economic development, the very specific economic development. So there's room, there's capacity for 4 more hotels. That's what the market tells us. We want to be ready for it, and it's up to the council if we want to be ready or not.
No, I get that. Thank you, Jesus, for that input. I understand it. Development's pretty on the forefront of what I'm interested in moving Norwalk forward. There's a lot of uncertainty, though. I think. Did we do any community outreach within the adjacent property? I mean, obviously they're not here, so I wasn't sure if they were notified or if there was any outreach, because it would impact them, right? It would impact that community. I'm not really concerned with the CEQA because we're adjacent to that freeway. I mean, there's much pollution and noise already in existence there. So building another hotel, it wouldn't be that much of an impact, I would think. Yeah, there would be noise and there'd be dust, but that freeway kicks up enough noise and dust to last a lifetime. So I get the process. I just don't know if, and I get with zoning is a tool that we have as a council to attract those businesses. I'm kind of up in the air on this one. It's challenging. I get their point of view. I understand our point of view, my colleagues' point of view of moving stuff forward. I don't want to impede in progress. I just want to make sure that we are addressing an issue once it comes forward to us. And I think staff has done an excellent job of recruiting at ICSC, recruiting those hotels. I'm in favor for hotels. I think we're in the zone between Orange County and LA that it's much needed. It would increase our tax revenue, our TOT tax. It will increase the visits to our entertainment district and what we're planning to do with Front Street and the whole heart of Norwalk. I get that part. I'm just a little confused and a little hesitant on the urgency.
Councilmember Valencia.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the concerns that my colleague Rick Ramirez has stated. Having been on the Norwalk La Mirada School Board for 19 years, and Mary Rio, you and I have had our share of projects that have come across us as well. There are always steps that need to be followed or that were followed that I felt very comfortable with, that were explained, and then when we had questions, we asked the questions as well. I share some of the concerns that Councilmember Ramirez has stated, and I do also feel, in a way, not completely, but in a way, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're asking to approve zoning of these sections, but I don't feel that safety. My concern is more safety. And that I think that, and if I remember correctly, in our projects in the past, we've always had a full environmental analysis done prior to. It included like the Gabrielino Tonga tribe study and clearance. It included all kinds of other clearances. And I always asked about this because I thought, well, what does that have to do? There's a lot that has to do with approving for the land to be used for certain things. And I feel that that's where I am as well. There are lots of questions. There's a lot of planning that happened, and I appreciate that, and I want to thank staff for doing that. But I do have these questions, and I think they're valid questions. Councilmember Ramirez, myself, I would feel more comfortable if we were to put together a full environmental analysis, clearance, all these things, so that then we can zone it correctly. That's where I'm at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Councilmember Perez?
Thank you. Alex, didn't you say that when a project comes to the Planning Commission, there would be an entire analysis and full CEQA review?
That is correct,
So
yes.
you'll get your review when there is a project. So this council, many, many times, we have rezoned areas. We have adopted our economic development plan. We have adopted the Heart of Norwalk plan with the notion of opening our arms to potential changes in businesses. And this is just one step in order to do so. We have the ability to change it back if we want to, should we decide to do so. But especially coming off of ICSC and the conversations that were had and the interest that was given to those of us that were there, shared with us tonight, there is a need for that, either a hospitality industry, and it's said in the report, or other uses. So this could be anything, but we have to be open to additional development and zone and plan forthcoming for that to happen. And that's why I moved it right away, because this is something that we have done in the past here in the city of Norwalk while we have been at this dais. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last, but we have to be open to change.
If I may just, I'm sorry, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that, you know, our protections are built in the process that somebody would have to go through in order to make these things happen. So I don't necessarily agree that we're putting the cart before the horse or anything else, because we're not waiving the ability to do any of that. All we're saying is that we need to put it in place so that if it does come up, then at that time, they can go through the process. But we're not, our protections are baked in, and we're not waiving our ability to do anything. All we're saying is that we put it in place, when projects come up, we evaluate it at that time, and it falls or wins on its merit. So it's not a blanket approval that it would be a consideration that we're taking this action too soon or too quick, because there is another process involved. That's my comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ramirez?
Yeah, I get that, Tony, but I don't know how accurate this information that the attorney submitted, but it's indicating that there was a Holiday Inn proposal submitted back in 121 room Holiday Inn hotel, and now it's pending resubmittal based on this text amendment. Is that accurate or not?
Honorable council member, no, not to my knowledge. There was, based on what I understand, there was a proposal submitted a couple of years ago, but it was never acted on. So anybody that would come in with a hotel project, if you approve the specific plan amendment, number one, would have to start all over again, go through the entitlement process, the application process, the CEQA process. So there's nothing pending at this point in time.
And that was the reason why I mentioned that comment, putting the horse before the cart, or however I said it, whatever that was. But anyway, you get what I'm talking about. But that was the reason. It was a concern of mine that if there was an application that was been submitted and then resubmitted based on this governing body, making that decision, that was a concern.
That is not my understanding. As I said, it's going back and starting all over again. That information, to my knowledge, may have been gathered when there was a public records request that was submitted by a group, but it simply reflected what was submitted a couple years ago, but was never acted on, was subsequently not officially withdrawn, but there's nothing in a holding pattern for us at this point in time. To go to the city manager's point, all this does is create some certainty, or a little more certainty, for those folks that are looking to invest in the city of Norwalk. That's all it does. There's no obviating a process, or there's nothing behind the curtain, as we say, that we're waiting on, because if we had something, we would bring it to you along with this text amendment, but we don't at this point in time.
I know that in the past there was a discussion, I mentioned that additional pad, possible a hotel. And that's the reason why I was bringing that. If that was another project pending, then we would make that decision at that point to moving forward and what's best for the city of Norwalk. Oh, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Valencia. Yeah, I just wanted to ask our city manager to comment on this, please, about an application for this Holiday Inn, because I do remember rumblings of it, but I don't know that I was on the council by then.
Yes. So there was an application. What stalled it and stopped it was COVID. The supply chain, the cost of construction made it impossible. In 2020.
When did the application first
2021.
get presented, and then it stopped when?
Probably 2022.
And we haven't heard.
No, it didn't come to the council. It was just a discussion item among staff. Like we were talking to them, and it didn't go anywhere because of those impediments, meaning cost of construction and supply chain.
More?
I'm just a little confused here. So before us, we have items number 13, 14, and 15. Do these all have to be approved in order to move forward, or can they individually, one at a time, yes or no? I mean, if I agree with something and don't agree with the other?
They're all integrated.
Exactly right. That's the confusing part. That's because there's things here that I agree with, and there's things that I don't agree with. But if they're integrated, then this is mind blowing. You know, especially it's late too. I'm sorry, I'm not productive after 9.
Yeah, I know that's what caught my original eye, is the fact that it was very confusing, even for the planning commissions. You know, their item, general plan amendment, GPA number 2022-01, in parentheses 2024-01, zone change CZ number 2022-01, in parentheses 2024-02, zoning text amendment ZTA number 2022-02, in parentheses 2024-04. Just, I mean, it goes on. When I saw this, I'm like, what in the world does this all mean? You know, I think that staff could have done, at least just my recommendation would have been, because it's important work, because it has to do with our economic development plans, present and future, that there be more attention paid to, okay, what is it exactly that staff is recommending? What is the proposed recommendation on this? And because it would, the way it was written, in my opinion, was a bit, was very confusing. Although, Alex, your report today was very, very nice. I don't know what the report to the Planning Commission looked like, but yours today was very nice because you broke it down, you know, 13, 14, and 15. But I do have some pause on the items because they are intertwined. So I kind of agree, you know, I can support this component of it, not so much the other component. Specifically, when we're talking about item number 13, if in fact this site is applicable for commercial and general use purposes, and that's what we were trying to do, commercial uses, then we wouldn't really be having this conversation unless the DoubleTree has said, I want another hotel there. Has the DoubleTree said they want another hotel there? That's my question.
The answer is yes.
Okay. See, that, again, that's what gives me pause, because I, for one, am accustomed to, and Jesus does a great job at this, along with his team. Whenever we have, first of all, our economic development plan, which lays out our vision, the direction we're taking, we've all had an opportunity to discuss, to vote, whether it be by a formal vote or consensus, we know where we're going, and again, Jesus and his staff does very, very well at that, because that, for me personally, is what I've been accustomed to. He will come, he will say, he will tell the council, there's, this potential developer that's courting the city. We have this property that we're looking at, we can do A, B, and C at. This would be the process for this particular, development. It's been great. And honestly, it's worked fabulously. So I was very surprised at how this came before the council, because again, I'm very accustomed to a different process, which has worked very, very well, and I feel that I feel that we could have maybe done a little bit differently on how we wanted to educate and inform the council, put everything on the table, be very transparent on, what is it that we are actually approving? Because I'm not going to say yes to something with potential of what could be this, it could be that. But I said yes back on July 16th, and I think that it's beneficial for the staff, because now staff knows the direction that the council wants to take. Council knows the direction that staff wants to take. And so we move forward together as a team. But in light of, again, how this has come before the council, again, I have some serious pause with it. I would have liked, and I don't know if the city attorney can offer some guidance on, I know the question was as far as timeliness, sense of urgency. I know that we've been working, we have potential other, as was mentioned, there may be interest in hotels, development of hotels in the city overall. I think that those that are interested, they're required to do their due diligence. They do their due diligence before they come to the council. Don't come to me and tell me you want to do this and ask me to approve it when I have no other information. So I would have, it would have been helpful to see this come before the council in a different format. I don't know, city attorney, what would be your recommendations at this time? And it could be, I don't know if is there a consensus that there's more information? Is there a consensus? Do we move forward with the vote, individual votes? I mean, city attorney, can you enlighten us on, or even Jesus, I welcome your comments and thoughts on this as well. Okay, let me just give him a chance to.
Madam Mayor, can I get about 5 minutes to discuss sort of the technical aspects of this vote, just because I know that these are interrelated and I don't want to offer incorrect recommendations. So can I speak to staff really quickly just to see how these all interrelate?
Can we allow staff 5 minutes? Yes, okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. It is 9:54. Okay, we are going to reconvene. Council members, we are about to reconvene. And I'd like to again defer to our city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And speaking with staff, there's a proposed amendment to number 13. Staff is proposing to eliminate the reference to a second hotel altogether from the ordinance, and it'll just be applicable to allow for the signage district, if that's correct, which would then still allow the council to vote for item 14 and 15. So 13 with modifications to remove all hotel references. That can come later as a project, but it will still allow for signage district, and then ordinance 14, and then ordinance for number 15. That's one proposal. I know we have a motion on the table. We probably need to vote on that, or if there's a retraction.
City Attorney, if I may add to what we discussed also was the SPA 1 amendment would eliminate references to a second hotel, but it would keep in place the signage that the City Attorney discussed, plus the other minor amendments to the text of the ordinance that we're proposing, but we would eliminate the reference to the second hotel now.
My question is with that modification to that amendment, are we still changing the zone?
It is technically, it's a text amendment, it's a zone change.
So we're changing the zone and changing the text amendment. The only thing that we are removing is specific development categories from that amendment.
Which
That's
would be
correct.
The second, any reference to that second hotel.
So what I would like to, I appreciate that, and I think that is, for me, it's a give and take, correct? Because if we're thinking that this is only because we're building a hotel, and that's the only reason why, because of a predetermined project that could have, would have, should have, didn't come, what I would like to do is remove my motion and ask that we continue this particular item, all three of them, because what I think we heard tonight, that we are getting a report from Cosmont with a hotel study that will come back and show what we know is true and what we've been told at several meetings year after year, that is coming. So I would like to keep everything as is, continue all three items, 13, 14, and 15, to a future date. I don't have an exact date. I don't know if we need one, because I would like it to come back after we review and get that report back from Cosma on the hotel management study.
Correct. So bringing back the three items without a date is fine. It'll just have to be republished for public noticing purposes. But definitely that's another option.
That's what I would like to do. I would like to continue the item to a date that after we get and review the hotel potential study for the city of Norwalk.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Gloria, sorry, before we begin, I just wanted to clarify with staff, we're not under any time sensitive deadline, right? Okay, we always are. Just want to make sure that that's clear. I don't think that we are.
So call Larry and Ken tomorrow and tell them that instead of 2 months for that hotel study, we need it in 1.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
I'd like to make a separate motion that we table items 13, 14, and 15, and that we direct staff to return to the city council once we've had an opportunity to evaluate a plan for future developments, including hotels, including if their staff wants the council to contemplate what type of building activity would be specific to SPA 1, that staff also return with specific text amendments for the potential development, more so in the near future than later, because as our city manager just mentioned, there's always time constraints, there's always deadlines that we're trying to meet. And I think, as I mentioned before, I think more of a focus would benefit not just the council, but the staff as well. And I think it'll give them a chance to clean up the language, because I really think that in cleaning up the language would provide a better understanding of what the plan is, and it be something that we can all agree on, is something that we want to move forward to. So that's my motion.
So I think I made a motion to continue it, and I think Tony seconded it. So we need a roll call on that motion first.
Oh, first? Oh, okay.
Because
Thank you.
I think we need to
Thank
continue
you.
the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Hold on
Okay,
a second.
so-
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I get that. But Robert's Rules of Order, you have a motion, you have a second, and then you have discussion. And I thought that's what was happening right now. Yes?
We're gonna do
We have
a
roll call and then
on-
discussion?
I heard a first and a second on one motion, and then there was a first and a second on another motion.
Actually, there was.
Just a first, I'm sorry, on the second motion.
Okay.
So is it correct then, since we have a motion by Councilmember Perez, we have a second by Vice Mayor, do we have to then conduct a roll call on that specific motion before we introduce the second, or you tell me, City Attorney?
And actually, I'll defer to the city clerk.
Oh.
It depends on how it's done at the city.
Teresa.
In Norwalk normally.
Typically, you would do that, but it sounds like Councilmember Valencia would like to have a discussion on that prior
Yes.
to
My
moving on.
understanding.
Which I think it's allowed, that we have discussion
That's-
before we take it to a vote.
That's
So-
Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes,
And
that's
so
correct.
My
Go ahead,
my
Councilmember
interpretation of what Mayor Rios was when she was speaking, it was sort of a discussion. Now, in that information that you were providing, you then stated that you would like to have a sort of separate motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I believe the discussion would be on the motion currently on the table for the council.
Okay.
Not mine, because I wasn't able to introduce mine. This isn't the appropriate time.
Okay.
But if you want to have discussion on Councilmember Perez's motion, you can do so at this point.
And I do agree that I would love to move forward, but I do feel that I need more information. So I think that I'm going to wait until we have one that has more information for us and not just what we have so far. Thank you.
So to be clear, as I understand the motion that was made by Councilmember Perez and seconded by Vice Mayor Ayala, they are continuing this item to a date uncertain until after the Cosmont report is returned to the city and provided to City Council for their information, and then this item would be brought back with that additional information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if there's no further discussion, I can take a roll call on that motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to roll call.
Okay. So that would be Councilmembers Perez,
Aye.
Councilmembers Ramirez,
No.
Councilmember Valencia,
I'm waiting for the other motion. No.
Vice Mayor Ayala,
Aye.
and Mayor Rios.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Okay, I'd like to introduce a motion to table these items and give the staff an opportunity, or request that staff clean up the language, bring this back to the council specific to the activity requested or staff recommendations based on SPA 1 to include any potential development on SPA 1, including the recommendation for CEQA and signage.
I'll second.
Any discussion before we vote?
Now, I just want to make it clear, though, by tabling this, and that means that this item as it stands and reads will not return, correct? Until it is
It would have to be reintroduced.
reintroduced, correct?
Likely at the planning commission level again, and then back here.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmembers Perez,
No.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Valencia,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ayala,
No.
and Mayor Rios.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we are moving forward with our oral communications. I'd like to ask Mr. Montezuma Esparza to come up to the podium, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Rios, members of the council, members of the commissions, and elected members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Moctezuma Esparza. By background, I'm known as a movie producer and as an entrepreneur and also a community activist. In terms of my film career, I'm sure you've all heard of the movie Selena, which I produced, and Gods and Generals, Gettysburg, introducing Dorothy Dandridge with Halle Berry, Telephone with Whoopi Goldberg, Milagro Beanfield War, directed by Robert Redford, and scores of other movies, over 50 movies in my career. And I've now had a career as an entrepreneur. I built a cable TV system, Buenavision Cable TV, with 300 miles of plant, 15,000 customers. And then I built a movie theater circuit called Maya Cinemas. So I have state-of-the-art, modern, first-class movie theaters, 12, 14, 16 screens in Bakersfield, Delano, Fresno, Salinas, California, Pittsburgh, California, and North Las Vegas in Nevada. Because of COVID, my first movie theater circuit got stopped. COVID stopped the movie theaters all over the country for a year and a half, and so I wanted to continue to grow, so I started a new company, and it's called Milagro Cinemas, because it's a miracle I'm pulling it off. So we're investing about $6 million into completely renovating the movie theater here in your town. It will be the nicest movie theater in Southern California, state of the art with the top technical qualities, right? So we have completely gutted the old building down to the cement walls, and it is now brand new. We got rid of that circular concession area, and we've created a huge lobby where 200-300 people could gather for events, because our commitment is to be engaged with the community, right, and to do programs that will serve the community, as we do in all of our other theaters. We give away over $100,000 a year in scholarships at Maya. We've given away thousands of backpacks. We've had red carpet events for young student filmmakers. We've had events for veterans. In Bakersfield a few years ago, we had more veterans of the Second World War than had gathered anywhere in the United States to see movies that related to them for free. We've given free movies to young children who have developmental disabilities every month for the last 15 years. So we are completely committed and looking to be your partners. Let me say that your city manager and your staff have been fantastic. I love them. They have really helped us. They've made things work. And we are looking to open our theater in just a week and a half. You're all going to be invited. The public will be invited to come start at 3 o'clock when we open with Deadpool, right? So the biggest movie of the year, and we're going to have it in every single one of our auditoriums, but we're also going to play Latino and independent films. I'm here because we have an extraordinary opportunity to include art in our theater. The renowned, world-famous muralist Robert Vargas, yes, please pass it around, who just recently painted the Ohani mural in downtown LA. You know, that guy who got $1 billion playing ball for the Dodgers. And there's this huge mural. Well, Robert Vargas is painted that, and he has agreed to paint a mural in our lobby. And we have now gone to MOLA, the Museum of Latin American Art, to a partnership for them to bring their exhibits to us in our theater and for us to create a space for public art in our theater. You won't need a ticket to go into our lobby at all, right? So there will be a space where anyone can come in and enjoy the art that we're going to be putting in there, and being able to bring local artists and to have art shows for them as well. So I am looking for support, right? We did pay in $20,000 into the art fund. The cost of changing our configuration in the lobby and creating this hallway for an art and the mural This gentleman gets paid $150,000 for a mural. He's in Europe right now doing several murals. We're going to be spending close to $100,000. So we are looking for support because none of this is budgeted. We share that with you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I look forward to all of you enjoying the movies at Milagro Cinemas.
Thank you so much, Montezuma. We don't entertain dialogue during the oral communication part, but we appreciate your patience and staying throughout this long meeting. And we're very excited that Milagro is coming here to the city of Norwalk, and we look forward to our partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Iso Nakasato.
All right, good evening. I'm going to make this really short and sweet.
Yeah,
My name is Iso Nakasato. I work for, I know, I'm going to wake you up because we all have a drive home. I just want to make sure that we all talk trash, and we're all going to talk trash on August 7th. And what this means is this is a program for small businesses to come to attend a 30-minute seminar, and they will receive 3 Slim Jims. What are Slim Jims? Slim Jims are those little trash cans that people use at their restaurants, and you put all your organic produce in there. Why are we doing this? We realize that small businesses need receptacles, and I'm working with city staff. You have an amazing senior analyst, Gabby Garcia, who made this all happen, and we are working in conjunction with the Norwalk Chamber of Commerce, city staff, and this is going to be at August 7th here in the City Council chambers, and all you have to do is sign up. So go to info@norwalkchamber.com and just go ahead and give your business information. You do not need to be a chamber member. All small businesses in the city of Norwalk are welcomed. Once again, for a 30-minute seminar, you will receive 3 Slim Jims. And so that's great for your small businesses to put all their organic materials in there. Once again, info@norwalkchamber.com, and space is limited. So that means 40 businesses, that's max. So I'm sure everyone on the dais knows a few business owners. Make sure you get that flyer, take a picture of it, and send it over to them. Any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor. Are those Slim Jims available to residential?
No, this is for small businesses.
Because I have a problem with organic waste at my house. I have 3 of the little tubs that are constantly full. So I'd rather just have 1 Slim Jim.
Well, unless you have your small business here in the city of Norwalk, that'll be great. But I do recommend that people use brown paper bags at home. As you're cooking, just use a brown paper bag and just slide on over all your organic material. And the moment that's done, you're done with your meal, toss that in your green cart. And that way you don't use plastic. We eliminate plastics. And then that whole paper bag is compostable. Mayor?
Thank you so much, Iso.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl Gilera.
Good evening, Mayor Rios, members of the City Council, and community members. I'm here tonight to extend an invitation to everyone for our One Book, One County event on Saturday, July 27th. One Book, One County is a community reading program bringing together 18 library districts in Los Angeles County. So all participating libraries are currently reading and discussing the book LA Weather by Maria Amparo Escandon. Our culminating event, which is why I'm here, I would like to invite all of you to come to our culminating event in downtown LA in Gloria Molina Grand Park. It is to be held Saturday, July 27th at 5 to 7 p.m. The special evening will feature a musical performance, as well as resources, activities, and, of course, the special talk with the author, Ms. Escandon. For those who would prefer not to drive to downtown LA, we will also have a shuttle pickup at Norwalk Library. So if you are interested in joining us, the shuttle pickup at Norwalk Library will be at 3:30, and then you'll get dropped back off here at 8:30. So I would love to see most of you here. We have plenty of seats. Right now, we're 32 seats. 30 seats are available. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Brian Tyndall?
I'm going to try and be quick because I know we've all been here for a very long time. Native trees, I'm back. I replaced a lot of the lawn in my backyard with native plants, mostly sunflowers, and I've counted 5 separate species of native bees. And that is just to tell you that it matters what we're planting. I know when the fall comes up, we've got a lot of empty spaces and a lot of tree wells that need to be filled, but it does matter what kind of species we put there. And so moving forward on other councils, when we're not all as tired, I will present more information about what species we should be looking at and how that helps the local pollinators. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. Carlos Alvarez?
Good evening. I hope I'm one of the last ones. Thank you. First council meeting in the 7 years as a proud resident here in Norwalk. Carlos Alvarez. I'm also a high school administrator, and today I come to you in regards to a concern. 4th of July is a holiday that we all enjoy. So much my little dogs and my wife's also a veteran, doesn't like the fireworks too much. So we ended up going to sleep early the 4th of July. And lo and behold, the following week on Friday, we received a citation from Public Safety Officer Webb in regards to witnessing a community member lighting up a firework and running onto my property. At no point I was ever received proper due process or engage myself if I was the person. I do have video camera footage of the Ring camera just to further conclude and build more evidence around that. But my concern comes as a community member. I came into the public safety office and said that I could appeal it. And in order to appeal it, I have to pay what the citation amount is, which is $1,500. And I heard here that the concern in your family, and also I'm also an educator, so I have to budget my resources. So I come to you with help. If you could please help me out with this matter. I did email you, Mayor Rios. So I hope that I could get some clarity. I feel that I'm just getting strong-armed to pay this money without proper due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. As I mentioned I'm sorry, Carlos Alvarez. As I mentioned during the oral communications, we don't entertain a dialogue. However, we are permitted to refer concerns or in this for follow-up. So there are refer concerns or comments. So I'd like to, as a follow-up to Mr. Esparza's comments, I'd like to ask that the city manager consider bringing this back to council for further discussion on how we can financially support Mr. Esparza's endeavor to bring arts to our community, specifically to Milagro Theater. I know in the city of Norwalk, we do support arts. For Cheryl, I'd like to ensure that we share that information on through our media communications team. For ESO, I'd also like to make sure that we share that information on that seminar through our communications team. And I will, for Mr. Alvarez, ask that our good old Aussie, Mr. Ozzie Ramos, have some follow-up with you, Mr. Alvarez. Okay? And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much all for your patience. Have a great evening.